Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, whatever time it is wherever you may be. I hope you're all doing well today. Good to see you guys. Today we start a new adventure, kind of, a linked adventure. Thank you so much, November. And it's the Oracle of Ages. It's a brand... I'm sorry, I forgot. It's a brand new game for Triforce Tuesday, week 18. Alright, everyone. Let's get started with Oracle of Ages. As always, please let me know if audio needs to be changed. I will change it if need be, but hopefully it should be good. I like Zelda. I had a feeling retro. And just like that, Vincent gifting 10 subs. Holy, Vincent, thank you so much. As we watch the little intro scene here. That gets Pokemon pack openings. That's going towards our Cave of Shadows playthrough, which is almost met now. We're 4 away from that. Vincent, thank you so much. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. There's a pack. I'll put these aside for now. Oh my gosh, there's a pack for Vincent. I'm gonna have to make a couple piles here. And there's a pack for Vincent. Anonymous, thank you for 10 gifted? Is that 10? Yes, it's 10. Anonymous, thank you so much for 10. There's a pack. Be careful where you make your piles. These are all Pokemon Go packs. Is there any... There's the celebrations. As we listen to the music, I might have to quickly update, guys. Thank you so much. A hype train is close. Thank you so much. Vincent gifting 5. I'm gonna have to switch and we gotta update everything now. Vincent, thank you so much for the additional 5. Oh my gosh, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to Amaranth. Really appreciate it. Welcome back, Amaranth, to the Meachery. Thank you guys a ton. Oh, that hasn't set up a hype train for you guys. Oh, wow. Thank you guys so much. Caddy, thank you for the 5 gifted. Do I wait? Do we just... I'm gonna need to change things here. Guys, thank you so much. Oh, anonymous gift subs don't go towards hype trains? Oh, that's a shame. There will be no game today, children. Level 7? Are you kidding? Oh my gosh, thank you guys so much. I truly appreciate it a ton. Alright, let's pause real quick and we'll pick this back up in a moment. Okay, now with everything updated and us now working towards the Phantom Hourglass, collecting all ship parts, I think we're ready to finally go here. Thank you guys so much for everything. And, oh, we have the same... we have the same file that we had from the other cartridge. Caddy, thank you so much for the 200 bits. That's going towards Link's Awakening Switch playthrough.
I want a choo-choo.
You may have a choo-choo, Caddy. Gaming now, is that what we're doing here? Still 4 games before Phantom Hourglass. Oh no. That's all I have to say to that. Alright, the spreadsheet is updated, and speaking of spreadsheets, I gotta take a look at mine, because we have to enter a secret that we got from Oracle of Ages to continue our game. Oh. To continue our game here. So, What have we got? Triangle. Thank you all so much for the hype train. Once again, Vincent Anonymous, Retro Caddy. I think that was everybody who contributed, right? Thank you guys so much. Truly appreciated. Spreadsheets, that's right. I love a good spreadsheet. I have that in common with Lack. So what this does, if anybody is unfamiliar, is this actually links our playthrough of Oracle of Seasons to our playthrough of Oracle of Ages. And that gives us some slightly... I don't know, slightly... It would be slightly different if we played Oracle of Ages just without having linked this up. We can transfer our rings over from Oracle of Seasons. And we get a little bit of a extra perk as well. Links, KW. Hopefully this is correct. Hopefully. Oh, there. Remember Megan? There we are. We're Megan again. You guys remember Megan. Look, we even start with an extra heart container. That's one of the perks. So we're starting with 4 hearts rather than 3. Alright, let's do it. Let's find out what this story is all about. Oh ho ho. Onyx, General of Darkness, Twinrova, will not let your death go to waste. Behold, Onyx, the troubles you caused now burn in the flame of destruction. When the flames of sorrow and despair burst into flame, what? We will offer up the sacrifice, and the dark rites of the Gerudo will be complete. Then the evil king shall return. Oh gosh. Flashing warning. Just then. Meech cheating with extra hearts. This is gonna get a little wild because we did meet the incentive to play through these a second time. Accept our quest, hero. Yo, Hocus, thank you for the good luck, have fun. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Ready? I'm not allowed to do anything. Help! That was frightening. I was suddenly attacked. Thank you, traveler. What is your name? Megan, is it? I see a Triforce on the back of your left hand. That is a sign of a Hyrulean hero. That must be why the beast fled. I am Impa, nurse to Hyrule's Princess Zelda. Zelda asked me to find a singer named Nehru. Will you help me look, Megan? I'd feel safer with you nearby. Follow me! Monkey! What a great spot! Such clean air. Now if only time could stop. What? This is the animals' utopia. Soon more animals come. Any monkeys in the chat? Oh, that's it! This rock with the triangle, or Triforce, maybe it's supposed to be Triforce, is a sign. Could you move this rock for me, Megan? I keep going back and forth between Megan and Megan. I'll just... I can't do it. Ah, see you later. Where are you going? Hurry up and move this. Okay. Ah! Thank you. Now let's go. Big M. Impa looking a little gray. She has, seen better days, eh? La la li li la. La li li la. Huh? Nehru's the best singer in Labrina. Labrina? Labrina. I always say Labrina. Shh, I can't hear Nehru sing. No, I have to hear Nehru's song. Sit here and listen. How charming. Is it an enchanting? There she is. Lalelilulo? Thought it was Lilulo. Is it Lulilo? You're Hyrule's messengers, aren't you? Impa and Megan, right? A bird brought message of your arrival. My name is Ralph. I'm an old friend of Nehru's. We're counting on you. Yeah, but why? Thank you. You've come all the way from Hyrule, correct? Pleased to meet you. I'm Nehru. I've been very worried after hearing that Labrina would face many evil troubles. Don't worry, Nehru. I'm here. I'll chase away any beast that comes near you. Sorry, Megan, but I doubt we'll need you. Sorry, Megan. Ralph is always like this when it comes to me. But I feel that something evil is approaching, just as Ralph claims. Oh no. Perhaps it's Impa. Ah ha ha ha. Look at the bear. He's like freaking out. You are correct. Not bad for a diva. Not bad for Nehru, Oracle of Ages. Something terrible will happen right now before your very eyes. Oh gosh. Eat your rib. Thank you, Megan. You allowed me to pass through the sacred barrier. I've been waiting for this moment. I'm Viren, Sorceress of Shadows. Oh no. Nehru, Oracle of Ages, I shall make your body my own. Oh, ah ha ha ha. Oh no. He did it. You get it, Ralph. What are you doing to Nehru? I'll cut you in two if you don't let her go. Ah, aren't you brave, turning a sword at me? If you cut me, it's Nehru who dies. Nehru is no mere diva, she is the Oracle of Ages who controls time. Now the Oracle's powers are mine. I can travel through time as I choose. What are you doing, Ralph? You gonna save her or what? Now a new age shall begin. The age of darkness. Ha 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 ha. Hey, what's up, Speedy? Good to see you. I shall go to the past and do as I please. Oh no. But surely that will affect the future. Or the present, as it currently is. Lalelilulo or from Metal Gear? Yeah, I thought it was Lalelilulo. That's how I always remembered it. Everybody's turning to stone. Having both Game Cart and real Game Boy Color are better, and using Game Link cable to transfer for initial data is much easier than entering a code. Can make an error in taking and inputting. True. That Viren. She couldn't touch the stone, so she used you to get in here. What you doing? Meet your rip. I've known Nehru as the Oracle of Ages since she was a child. I've always been beside her, protecting her. Yeah. But now this, Nehru! Nehru, wait, I'll save you. Will you? Nehru! She got old, she's out. Oh, Megan, you saved me. To think I was possessed. I have failed Zelda. Zelda. She sensed an evil shadow drawing near Nehru and asked me to bring her to Hyrule. We should not have forgotten you, the hero of Holodrum. See, they know who I am. Hey, what's up, future? Look what has happened now. That Viren lady is frightening. I was forced to do her will, in spite of myself. Viren said she'd go back in time. She must hope to use Nehru's powers to launch some plan in the past. Labrina already feels the effects. Megan, first holodrum, now Labrina, faces its doom. I'm so sorry to ask so much, but we can rely on no other. Please, save Nehru. Ah yes, Zelda entrusted this shield to me. Please use it. Hog, you got a wooden shield. Megan, can you go meet the Macatry in Lina Village? The Macatry is the guardian of Labrina. Surely she can help. Nehru's house is in the woods, east of here. I'll be there. Dope. Ah. Oh, I do have it. Okay, that confused me for a second. So I have the sword from our previous adventure. What a ripoff. No, I'm just kidding. Hello, sir. This is Lina City. All the swords. All the S words. I just wanted to look at the mermaid statue. Hey, look! Look! It's our buddy! Good to see you. Welcome to Vasu Jewelers. Oh, you don't have a ring box? I like you. Here. So take this ring box. You got a level 1 ring box. Hello, sir. I'm a Red Snake. I'm the keeper of the ring secrets. Make a choice. Let's tell him a secret that we got from our Orville of Seasons playthrough. Nice. Nailed it. Okay, I've brought your rings from Holodrum, so see Vasu to check your list. Hey, buddy. I don't have any rings, right? Okay. Let's take a look at our list. Look, there's all our rings. Remember all the rings that we collected? I'll take this one out. I think that's a pretty good choice, if I do say so myself.
Password input speed run any %.
I had no idea you even... November, thank you so much for the 100. I don't know why I didn't hear a notification. I don't know if it didn't go off. But the 100 going towards the Link's Awakening Switch playthrough. Thank you so much. I'm glad I went to my quest diagnostics appointment early. It took me like 15 minutes before my appointment time. Oh, nice. Oh, that's good. It did not go off? Of course not. And... hang on, there, I'll put you up. I'll use a different one to put you up there. Or you can use your own, which may or may not go off. See if it... there it goes. That was the one you just did. Thank you so much for the additional 100. Why are we mega done? Alright, we got our rings. We brought them over. Roll to projection, it's fixed. The maca tree stands at the far end of this cave. Megan, it's been too long. I've moved to this city too. It's nice to see a familiar face. Megan, we meet again. Do you remember naming our son Ganon? He's quite well. I need to put my sword away because I can't talk to him. Pretty sure you have to, like... Oh, maybe you can't talk to him. Oh, there we go. You're Megan? I'm Ganon. No way. Is that all he says? Yeah, that's all he says. Okay. Oh, that's Ganon. Remember how we named Ganon? Yeah, what's up, haha? Does the boy have glasses, or is it just really high? I believe he's wearing glasses. Glasses. 3 minutes further away in the opposite direction. Oh ho, I'm Troy. In my younger days, I traveled the world and saw many animals. Even at my age, I'm quite dedicated. You shall promise if you come to hear me speak. Just between us, I've seen an animal called Ricky. I can jump small holes in cliffs just by moving toward them. I know Ricky. This is a know-it-all birds hut, so this is just information on how to play the game. So exploring too far. I am Mao Mao Yan, top breeder in town. My dog is much cuter than that dog, much cuter. But my dog is very shy. You know of a good way to hide its face? Gentlemen. That joke goes against our aesthetics, you know? Oh, I suppose I was supposed to talk to him first. What kind of candy's never on time? Choco late. Isn't that a sweet joke? He's banned. He's literally banned. What's going on? My grandson has turned to stone. How? Why? Wake up. Call me grandma again. Aw, that's sad. Are you the authority on what is and isn't funny? They're building... That's what I should say to that guy next to him, right? They're building a tower on the other side of the river. That joke goes against our aesthetics, you know? Are you the authority on what is and isn't funny? That sounds like a serious business. I appreciate your hard work and dedication letting us know what is and isn't funny. Because how else would we be able to tell? It's such a serious job. You're doing the Lord's work. Have you missed anything exciting? Not yet, this is the beginning of the game. Lately, folk have been vanishing and turning to stone without warning. What's happening? Maku tree. I am Plen, the mayor here in Lina City. Lina has a long history, reaching back hundreds of years. Back then it was Lina Village, not a city. It still looks like a village to me, but who am I to judge? Oh yeah, I forgot I don't have a satchel. Oops. I'm a dummy. Alright, we've pretty much explored. Aku Path. Aku Road. Danger! Is that all? I mean, the danger looks like it's pretty well contained. Danger! Do they all just say danger? Hello. Pleased to meet you, young hero. I'm the Maku Tree, guardian of Labrina. Viren, sorceress of shadows, has taken Nehru, the Oracle of Ages. She's disrupting the flow of time from the past. She's trying to flood this world with the power of sorrow. We cannot give in to one of impure heart. You must stop Viren, and soon. But to stop her, you'll need something. Really, they couldn't... Oh no! Ah. I feel so weird. I'm vanishing. Something must be happening to me. In the past. Help! Poor little tree. Hello? Maku Tree? This is more of Viren's work. Megan, you made it. Viren just leapt through this time portal. If we go back in time, we should be able to save Nehru and the Maku Tree. I'm coming, Nehru. Did she just get back to the future? She did, actually, yes. She genuinely did. Alright. Hello, sir. Another one? First that guy with the weird hat appears, then you. Ever since that girl Nehru came, there's been all sorts of weird goings on. See ya. Lena Village. That's what they told us. They told us it was Lena Village. Hello. They look like a happy family. I wish I could join them. Okay, faster this time. I'll throw it, so catch it, Dad. The village has it hard with the construction of Queen Ambi's tower. But you still gotta spend time with the kids. Hey, nice one. Lena Village that way. It's down here. I'm gonna have to come back here later, but this is Cheval's house. Hello. The Queen was very kind until only recently. You can ask the village elder about the Queen. He lives across the river near the tower. The village is full of excess dirt from the tower. There's no room to walk, and any tools we could use to clear a path are being used for construction. Oh boy, I forgot about this. We're gonna have to come back here later. Well, I didn't forget about it, but I guess I forgot about it. Forgot how much that one stunk. Hello, sir. The village has been full of rubble ever since work started on that tower. You can't get anywhere without a shovel to clear a path. This is Lena Village. Wow, oh, excuse me. We haven't had any nights for a few days now. How have you had a few days? The Maku Tree is a talking tree, but lately she's been bothered by monsters. Did I already talk to you? I don't remember. I don't think I did. Queen Ambi had a boyfriend, a seafaring man, but he set sail one day and never came back. She's building a tall tower so she can search the lands for any sign of his return. called Ambi's Tower. It was a touching tale. I don't know about touching. This isn't good. I want to deliver the mail on time, but I can't do it if I don't know the time. Queen Ambi is busy. She's in no mood for any who come empty-handed. Bring her a rare item in tribute if you wish to see her. He says the same thing. No, I don't need to talk to you again. Darn gaseous seeds, sprouting, growing, making nuts. And all those new nuts got different stuff inside. Ha! Get rid of it for me. Free gacha nut. Don't go planting seeds there. Yeah. I need a shovel. But here's a... I guess we could plant one. Why not? I'll forget about it. Why build such a huge thing? It's just work. This is the entry to the tower, being built to the heavens by the order of Queen Ambi. There it is. At first, this tower was being built to guide Queen Ambi's love safely back from the sea. But ever since Nehru came, the sun sits high in the sky, as if time itself has stopped. It's not like Queen Ambi to push us so hard. In the village, they've started calling it the Black Tower. You can look around, but the construction has some areas closed. If you hang around too much, though, you might get yelled at. The Black Tower. Busy. If I don't hurry, the guards will come check on me. My job isn't done. How can I face the queen? I'll never make it. I remember the least about this game. Out of all Zelda games, you mean? Or just the two? Queen Ambi has changed. She was never cruel, but now she makes us do the impossible. But you didn't hear it from me. Oh, between seasons and ages. Weirdly, I probably remember less about this game, even though I've played it more. But probably all Zelda games that I've played. We must finish the tower for Ambi as quickly as possible. Queen Ambi has changed. She was never so cruel, but now she makes us do the impossible. It's kind of weird that you guys say the same thing. Eve, ho! It's been awful ever since that Nehru girl appeared. Now we have to work hours on end. Hours? Oh, not hours. Busy. Yeah, you already said that. Well, somebody else said it. What, kid? Did you come to help us build? Oh, how long have I worked? Night never comes, so I can't tell. I want to go home. We're supposed to finish tomorrow, but we're way behind schedule. We'll never make it. Eve, ho, I thought there was no tomorrow. This here, that there. No, this goes there. That's no sleep, my son's home alone. It's no use, what a horrible queen. But don't tell anyone. It's been awful ever since that Nehru girl appeared. Yeah, we've heard that story before. Oh, how long have I worked? Oh, eventually they just all kind of cycle. That's interesting. Let me in. Let me in. Can I juke you out? What? There's no going past this point. Nothing up there is complete, so there's no entry. Now get. If I slash you with my sword. Huh? A digging tool. That's a spear, Sonny. Here. You can have this shovel. You can use the shovel to move that dirt out of the way. Now start digging. Working hard on this tower. Help us out. I did it. Feels like your workers are maybe slacking off a bit. What do you think? Feels like a pretty easy job to me. Hey look, I did your job. You can stop. Free harpies. Ah! So much to dig. We'll go in there another time. Show you what that is all about. Any giant rupees? What's up, October? Hope you're doing well. Haha, I'm better than all of you. Oh no, it's locked. How will I ever get in? Maku Road. Is there still danger? It's not. I could just go. I could just fall down a hole if I wanted. Good, I don't have a feather. Feather. What do you mean? Oh no. Cut my corners too close. Too lazy. Too lazy to walk that path back. My arms and legs hurt from doing exercise, and I don't care for it. That's exercise for you. I'm rich! Don't care for exercise yourself. I'm stuck. Did I actually stick myself? There we go. Ooh, a harpies. Yay. Wee. This is the guy Viren was talking about. Get him. No, no, leave me alone. What's with you? Keep clear. Bing. Ah, oh dear, get them. He looks happy. Wow, you were so daring and cool. Bing, bing, bing. Thank you. Who are you? Megan, what a nice name. I'm the Maku Tree. You were brave. They said the Oracle of Ages convinced Queen Ambi to build a black tower. Maybe she made them attack me. Thank you for rescuing me. I will never, ever forget it. And I promise to repay you when I grow up. This is about all I can do. Aha. Remember, I will repay you when I grow up. Be sure to come see me. What does that mean? I don't really like the sound of that. Tree girlfriend. You know it. Dear, when I grow up, I'm going to be your bride. No, I don't want to. Looks like Hestu from Breath of the Wild. Is it Hestu or Hetsu? I don't remember. Ah, I said it. Okay, so she really does want to, wanna be my royal friend. Don't ask me, I can't spell. I'm dyslexic, that's why I'm asking. Because I may have been reading it wrong the entire time. Yo, Panny, thank you so much for the big stretch. Hope you're doing well today. Appreciate it. Google says Hestu. Okay, so I am dumb and can't read. For the longest time, I've told this on stream before, but for the longest time, I thought that Midna from Twilight Princess, for years, literal years, I thought her name was Minda, M-I-N-D-A. Yeah, for the longest time. Whoa. The music's much faster in the present. I can forgive these trespasses. I'm quite literally dyslexic, so it happens very often. Okay. Yay, she's back. It's weird. It all seems so foggy. I'm forgetting so much. Oh, you're Megan. Megan! Oh, look at the little heart. Why are you here now? I've been waiting so long for you. Don't you remember? Hundreds of years ago? Megan, you promised. When I grow up, I'll marry you. That's what you said, Megan. Wait! Wait a minute, that's not how that happened. 400 years I waited. But I knew you wouldn't forget about me. Our hearts are bound across time by a thread of... What? That's not why you're here? Why won't you listen to me? Fine, you don't want to talk about Viren. Oh, you want to talk about Viren, right? Maybe Viren is using Queen Ambi to raise the tower to the heavens if one of impure heart gains the powers of shadow. This world will be covered in darkness. That's what this is about. To know the past is to know the present. Viren can do as she pleases. If she finds dark power in the past, all will go dark. Megan, you must stop Viren and save Nehru. Must I say it again? No, please. I'm good. I don't recall, but I think you need the 8 essences of time hidden in Labrina to beat Viren. The essences hold the power to see the truth, and they hold my memory. You won't beat Viren if you can't see the truth. With the flow of time disrupted, my memory is fading. What will we do? I'm at a loss. But if you find the essences, I'll remember everything, and you'll be able to stop Viren. Please do this, Megan. First, I want you to go to the Yol graveyard in the east. I hear the first essence is there. I can't do much, but take this. The ember seeds in the seed satchel will offer you light in dark places and burn small trees from your path. You got a seed satchel and it has 20 ember seeds inside. She's so cute. Isn't she? Isn't that like a genuinely cute character? No, October. Bad October. It's gonna be a yikes from me. Definitely cute. Pog, we're rich! Oh. I'll take this. There's a shield in case we lose it like I have in the past. Let's do this. I feel like Midna would be fun to talk over sushi. We could make snarky comments about people. She'd be down for dessert, a nice chocolate cake or something with ice cream. This is the date I want with Midna. Man, I'm hungry. Sounds like a nice date. I don't really do sushi because being a vegetarian, I mean, even when I wasn't a vegetarian, I didn't really like sushi, but I will typically go with veggie sushi, which is not bad. But I feel like I don't have a ton of options, and they put avocado on everything in terms of veggie sushi rolls, which is really annoying because I don't like avocado. I wish I did, but I don't, which is sad. Hey, you guys know him. Cucumber cream cheese roll. I've never had that. Usually I'll just do a plain cucumber roll. I like Oshinko roll, which is like a pickled daikon radish, I think. The old graveyard. And I also like sweet potato roll. Sweet potato roll is usually very good. I'm a sushi waste, don't throw it at me and I'll eat it. Hello, children. No way, it's too scary. It's pitch black inside that grave beneath the tree. Shut up, it's no good if you get scared. Besides, it might come out. A ghost. Ooh. What a bunch of cowards. Let's plant our other gacha seed here. Why not? Zoinks! A ghost! November, thank you so much for the gift sub to Panty. Thank you so much. Going towards our ship parts of Phantom Hourglass. I really appreciate that. Welcome back to the Michiru Panty. feel like there was something else I was going to say. Thank you very much, though. I love Scooby-Doo. Genuinely love Scooby-Doo. Any Scooby-Doo fans in the chat? Like the old Scooby-Doo Where Are You cartoon? That was my favorite. Well, I can't see anything. Scooby-Doo for life. Excuse me. Whoa, look at the key. I got the graveyard key. Scooby-Doo is pretty good. I like it. They had some other cartoons that weren't as great. Zombie Island movie. I don't think that even has anything. Oh, it's just got a rupee, thanks. Oh, the Scooby-Doo WWE crossover. So that's not anything I have interest in, so I've never seen it. But I do know of its existence. I think I own Scooby-Doo Meets Batman on DVD somewhere. It's got to be somewhere. I'd pay to see Stone Cold Steve Austin interact with the gang. Yo, what's up, McBox? It's Oracle of Ages. I take it you are a fan of this game. Ouch. Post-Attitude Era. Yeah, doesn't it have like John Cena and stuff in it? I haven't ever seen it, but I know of it. Hope you're doing well today, Bob. Good to see you. Triple H, John Cena, Miz, Santino. See, I don't even know who Santino is. I was never into wrestling. There was never a part of me. My brother and I were discussing this fairly recently. It's like everybody we knew, all our friends, were super into wrestling when we were growing up in the 90s, and he and I just never had any interest. Never cared. Any giant rupees? A lot of fairies, a lot of hearts, no giant rupees. We have exactly 100. Only know classic wrestlers from my childhood. I just never got into it, man. I know a bunch of them from being exposed to it between my friends and some of my family, but it was never an interest of mine. What's up, Celestian? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, maybe not. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is there a speedrun category using the start menu glitch? I don't know. I think the only speedruns I've ever watched of Ages in particular are 100% speedruns. Is there a start menu glitch in Oracle of Ages? I might be unaware of it. The thing that made me stressed out last night, caused me to lose most of my sleep, is settled. Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. I watched the tail end of Monday Night Wars up through like 2001. The only wrestler I know of was because of Super Mario Bros. Super Show, and it's Captain Lou Albano. Yeah, there you go. I don't know, they patched the start being a glitch in Ages. I didn't get to play the Oracles too much. Only Link's Awakening. Yeah, I'm unaware of the start menu glitch. I'll have to look into that. Sounds interesting. I know of like using the select, the map select in the original Link's Awakening. You can warp yourself very quickly throughout the world. I'm a big fan of Link's Awakening myself. really enjoy it. I was stuck sometimes in Dungeon 3. I remember, I'm like dreading Dungeon 3 of this, Bob, because I remember it being a pain. Got the dungeon map. But yeah, I remember Dungeon 3 being really annoying in this in this game. Remember once I got past it, the game was smooth. I'm glad it's not just me. I'm really glad to hear you say that, because one of the memories I do have about this game, and it's been a little while since I played it, not a ton of time, but it's been enough that I don't remember everything. But I remember Dungeon 3 being a bit of a pain. I didn't play the Oracles through all the way, but I know the story, and Link's Awakening was by far the best Legend of Zelda. Let's go. I will agree with that. I'm a big Link's Awakening fan. We're actually currently working towards the Link's Awakening Switch version playthrough for Triforce Tuesday incentives. If you want to check out the Triforce Tuesday spreadsheet, !TT, we'll get you that. We're 100%ing every Legend of Zelda game, main series, and more, on stream, so quite fun. Honestly, I think the Switch version of Link's Awakening takes away from all the fun by only having 2 buttons for items. I didn't feel that way. I rather enjoyed the Link's Awakening Switch version. I thought they did it a lot of justice. I was kind of glad that you didn't have to focus strictly on 2 buttons, because it can get a little bit tedious to constantly change, you know, constantly change your weapons and items. We got a key. I'm all about convenience in games. I hate if I have to switch things out often. Yeah, I don't hate it. Like, it's not going to be a deal breaker for me or anything, but it definitely makes it nicer just to be able to have, you know, quick access to things. I mean, having a dedicated run button, dedicated shield button, just makes Link's Awakening so much easier. Oh, wait, so you were in favor of it? Or you're not in favor of it? You said it takes away from all the fun of only having 2 buttons? I don't know whether you're in favor of it or not. I liked it. I thought it was a good idea that they did that. I was a fan. I'm kind of mad about it. Yeah, that's fair. I understand. Back in the day, the Orco games were so expensive, I only ever played them on, oh gosh, jank emulators. Kept losing my game save data, I was not paying attention. Whoops. It took me 2 years to figure out how to kill the level 2 boss. Really? Bought the player's guide for Link's Awakening. I feel like Link's Awakening is fairly linear. Got stuck on an Eagle Tower. Eagle, okay, yeah. Okay, fair. Absolutely fair. Eagle Tower is kind of a bummer. Eagle Tower can be difficult. Should have sent a letter to Nintendo Power. Wait, I should have sent a letter to Nintendo Power. Oh, game counseling back then would have saved you. Oh, sorry, I had to, I forgot the like game counseling was a thing they had. Didn't they have a hotline you could call and they would like walk you through? Well, definitely stuck here now. Also, I never had the Game Boy Color, only the original DMG and Super Game Boy, so Oracles would have sucked playing on it. Would you even be able to play? I don't even think you could play the Oracles on that, on either system, because they definitely won't be on a DMG, because of the cartridge, but I don't believe you could play them in the Super Game Boy either. In the original Super Game Boy. Maybe you could, I'm not sure. It's amazing how unprofessional professionals can get. Oh, hello. Nice. Really hard to stay professional when dealing with unprofessionalism. Very true. Tell me about it. Ooh, big ghost. And he's gone. Gimme. Good luck, have fun. Things to do today, being procrastinating, no worries. Hope you have a great day. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. And welcome to the meatery as well. Really? I had to just walk straight into him, eh? Wish I could break these. Ooh. What's up, Streaming Fist? Hope you're doing well. I've completed the game over 0 times, and my no-hit PB is 375 deaths, so I'm kind of an expert. Let me know if you want any advice. I appreciate it, Streaming Fist. I'm sure I will be consulting you shortly. I got the croissant! The croissant that helps us lift. Hey, let's lift a bunch of things. Ugh. I actually have not played the game, that was a lie. Come on, I was relying on you. I'm disappointed. Ooh. Fog. This must be the boss key, huh? The Nightmare's key. Yay! We did it. Any goodies? Oh wow, a single rupee. I'm so glad I lifted up all those pots for that. See ya. Easy. Easy game. Yay. You got the Eternal Spirit, an essence of time. Even after life ends, it sparks across time? It speaks across time? I didn't see what it said. To the heart. I guess speaks would make more sense, eh? Speaks to the heart. It's me, the Macu Tree. I hear an essence echoing in the western woods. Can you go there? I mean, I guess. Do I have much of a choice? Or... I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll be right back with some more Oracle of Ages. Hang tight. Alrighty, we are back. Yo, Assemble, thank you so much for the good luck. Hope you're doing well today, good to see you. Ooh, Maple encounter. Ooh, a ring and a... Oh man, I don't know what she goes for first. Watch where you're going, you just hit Maple, the Great Witch Syrup's apprentice. Thanks to you, all this stuff fell out of my bag. The Great Witch will be mad. I have to get that picture book. Who could have that picture book? Well, it's all made me mad, so I'm gonna take your stuff too. Okay, so she goes for the ring first, and I couldn't get the potion, but that's okay. You little... I'll remember this. So I did get a ring. At least, maybe I didn't. Maybe I broke even. Doing well, slow day at work, after a busy bunch of weeks. Bunch of busy weeks, even. Well, that sounds like a good thing. Hopefully, you enjoy the slow day. Hello. Someone finally came! This headstone blocks my path to the afterlife. I'm actually below here, right? I'd appreciate it if you could help me out. Here you are. You must have moved my headstone. That means I can move on to the afterworld. My heart lifts at the thought of it. Thanks. Okay, bye. You came out. Since I'm moving on, I don't need this anymore. Take it. I hope you can reach the afterworld soon, too. Are you threatening to kill me? You got the Poe clock. It lightens the heart? Question mark? Hello there, do you believe what you see? If you do, I'll teach you something. Do you? Yes. Okay, so this is where we have to jot down some notes. In Holodrum's graveyard, there is but one grave with no flowers. If you tell the one inside the grave the secret I am about to tell you, something good will happen. Understand? Yes. The secret is... dash... H9 and D. So I'm going to write that down as Ages Graveyard. And that will be... oh, hold on. That will be dash H9 and D. Let me make sure I've got it correct. Dash H9. Ampersand D. I think we're good. Got it? Yep. Good luck. No, I was trying to get the rupee that was over there. Okay. So that's something... that's what I was talking about when we started this stream. This sort of back and forth between the two games. There's some really interesting things we can do with this. And I don't know exactly how to incorporate that, but we'll figure it out. You got a Gasher Nut, check what's inside. Ooh, a ring. Nice. Wasn't there... yeah, I just remembered. Okay. Let's check out our rings. See what we got. I doubt we'll have anything new at all, but always try. I call this the Power Ring Level 1, sword damage up, damage taken up. You have this one. I'll buy it for 30 rupees. What about this one? Call this the Discovery Ring. I definitely have that. Call this the Power Ring Level 2. That's what... Ooh, a new ring. Let's mark it down. Power Ring Level 2. Let's go. Check. I'll add it to your list. I call this the Cursed Ring. I think we have this, yeah. Okay, so one new ring. That's not too bad. I'm happy with that. It's not my power bracelet at all. They have different soundtracks. Seasons and Ages. Symmetry City. This is an interesting area. This is our playground. Won't you play hide and seek? If you can't find the three of us, you can't go on. We'll hide, so try to find us. So this is where it becomes a little like the Lost Woods. It's really interesting. Is that a... Oh, that was a follow. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. That's the bad thing about playing these games, is I use all the sounds as my alerts, so... it's easy to get confused by them. Dang, but there's still two more. I found the first one. There we go. You found me, but the last one is the hardest. Oh look, a fairy and a fairy. What? You found us all? You're good, mister. Aw, you found us all. Okay, we won't tease you anymore. We'll put the forest back in order. Those were not subs. That was fun, let's play again sometime. Those are not follows. Or bits. I don't even know my own sound alerts. Ancient cave. Beware! Crumbles easily. Well, I've destroyed it. Megan, are you alright? Now you can't get inside. The rocky placid was the support stone that held up the cave. That's a load-bearing stone. Too bad Nehru can't give us some advice. Maybe there's something in Nehru's house that can help. Why don't you go look? I don't know. Why don't I? Where has Nehru gone to? Without Nehru's songs, I can't jump in rhythm. Nehru is gone, so there are no more songs. Aw, that's sad. Could there be a hidden room somewhere? I felt drafts from above. That's very specific. Maybe it has something to do with this. I'm just gonna hide in the fireplace, though. There, I did it. You happy? Ooh, what's this? You got the Harp of Ages. I am Nehru, Oracle of Ages. You are holding an instrument called the Harp of Ages. I do not know you. We met. But it is not by mere chance that you now hold that harp. You are a hero chosen by the currents of time. Your arrival means I am not in this age any longer. I hid the harp here knowing this could happen. I entrust the harp to you. By playing certain tunes on the Harp of Ages, you can travel through time. Let me teach you the tune of echoes. Meet your jam! Look, it's Meet Your Jam. If you play that tune, you will unlock the powers of time portals found across this land. Step into a time portal to travel through time to another age. As you journey, you may learn more tunes that will let you travel through time more freely when you play them. Please, chosen hero, protect this land from the clutches of evil. I'm counting on you, unknown hero. Meet your jam! It's the Echo Tune. It will awaken sleeping time portals. There we go. Thank you, October. October's paying attention. You good? She just like... Why is she freaking out? Look! Hurry, you must save Nehru. The world is falling apart. Megan, that's the Harp of Ages. Maybe you can use it to open time portals and sail through time. That's the idea. The cave has troubled in this age, but perhaps in the past you can find a way in. Meet your jam. Can't do that. This is good. I want to deliver the mail on time, but I can't do it if I don't know the time. Show him the Poe clock? Yes. Tick-tock. That tells time. Are you giving me this clock? Don't say a word. Of course you will. What a big help. Here's your reward. Now I'm off to work. I'm a workaholic. Sure seems that way. You got the stationery. Who will you write to? I'll write to, write to somebody who really needs it. Oh look, I forgot about this already. What do we get? Ooh, a potion. I'll take that, that's pretty good. Oh, hello. We found the toilet. Paper, do you have any paper? Give him the stationery? Yay! Take this. Oh boy, I traded the stationery for a stink bag. Ew, it stinks. Yep. Wonderful. I am Adlar. For 50 years, I was a palace advisor, but I have since been chased from the palace and am now retired. Excuse me, very sorry about that, retired. I have known the queen since she was young. She always held the people foremost in her heart, but since she took that girl Nehru in, she has changed completely. She quit listening to my advice. It was that girl who suggested I be banished. But I delivered the letter instead. He never gave it to the Skyward Sword hand. Need some target practice? It's only 10 rupees. Yeah, for now. Do you need an explanation? No, I don't. I can explain it to you guys if you want me to. Basically, be good at the game. Not like that. I am not performing very well here. This is quite a difficult one to get the best prize. Which I might genuinely have to grind for offline. That might be like one of the only things I have to do offline. Oh gosh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, are you kidding? Okay, we're doing great here. This is quite tough, and I think the best prize you can get is still RNG based, so it's quite a grind. Colin sucks. Yay. I will not be grinding this right now, at least. Either way, somebody's feelings get hurt. I always thought the item check girl... Oh, should get... I see why you said Colin sucks. Should get with Colin. Colin looks like her dad. Night-night. I hurt her feelings too, but I put her down gently. My husband gave Queen Ambi that which pleases her, but he was still taken to work on the Black Tower. I want him back. Maybe you just think he's working on the Black Tower. I'm just here for gratitude crystals, lady. Oh, I forgot about the gratitude crystals. Oh, man. Ambi's bombs have tremendous power. If you want it, it's yours, friend. Oh, hello. How do you do? Very proud of myself for finding everything without looking it up. That can be difficult sometimes in Zelda games. I'm looking at this cave, thinking there's treasure inside, but I can't get in with this rock here. If I could just blast it away. Go ahead, blast it. I dare you. Probably won't be able to do the same for Twilight Princess. You are close, though. You're very close. Hello, sir. Mind if I stab you? Ah. Somewhere in the woods is a tree that bears very special seeds. Great. Nice talking to you, buddy. Deep in the woods are magical seeds and an owl statue. When the seeds are placed on the statue, it moves. The first time I saw it, it startled me, but now I find it amusing. But I'm not supposed to go into the woods, so don't tell the adults. Hey, guy, that kid's going into the woods. What did the queen want? Puzzle seeds? Enigma seeds? It's a mystery to me. Perhaps mystery seeds. Who knows? Once Giovanni gives you a whole heart container, I'll be looking up the pieces of the last heart, because I've got no clue, and I still haven't figured out how to get the chest, the south entrance to Castletown. That I don't recall off the top of my head. A chest to the south entrance of Castletown? Nice. Peninsula above a pool of water? I cannot picture what you're talking about. Yay, we got another heart container. Oh, that was the game. Oh no. I'm a dummy. Yeah, unfortunately I can't picture what you're talking about. Looks like you get it from indoors. Let's see, away from inside or outside of Castletown. No, I will not be buying a shield. Love, love, love the seed. The secret is all the rage among Deku Scrubs now. Wanna hear the rest? Love, love the seed. Next is... Okay. So, ages Deku. We have... Dash H9S capital T. Dash H9S capital T. Good enough? Can you remember it? Yep. I mean, no. That's why I wrote it down. The Deku Scrub west of the Sunken City in Holodrum loves this secret. I do too. You should pay him a visit. Buy something, a shield for 30 rupees. No thanks. He's undercutting his partner. Speaking of 30 rupees. You got mystery seeds. What they do is a mystery. Try them on many things. Open your seed satchel to use them. Do not forget to feed me mystery seeds. Wow, that's super helpful. Thanks. Wow, thanks a lot. AFK forbid, my cat's going to murder me if I don't feed them. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to feed them. A shield for 10 rupees! They're all undercutting each other, and I don't want any of it. I guess that's all that's out here. Aren't mystery seeds what Retro has been eating on stream? Yeah, I guess so. and mystery beans. Something to that effect. I'm getting destroyed, what the heck? Thank you, thank you. Hello. Those are the mystery seeds Queen Ambi has been demanding. Nice work, kid. I'll take you to the palace. Not bad, kid. You found them. Now come with me to meet Queen Ambi. Queen Ambi. He says he wishes to pay tribute. He brings the mystery seeds your majesty has been seeking. What have you brought before me? I guess you can have my mystery seeds. All you guys had to do was like go to the west just like a little bit. It wasn't that hard to find. Mystery seeds. Nehru desires mystery seeds more than anything else. She'll be most pleased. By what name do you go, boy? Vegan. I offer you a reward, Vegan. Bring it here, Megan Vegan. Can I have it? What is it? Vegan, this is your reward. Take it with a great thanks. Take it with great thanks, even. Great, thanks! Whoa, I got 10 bombs. My palace is very large. You will not be able to find the way out alone. It was just like straight, right? Like I could just go back the way I came. I think it would be fine. I don't think I need help. I will be guided though. Let's go, kid. Will that boy be able to return? Yes, Your Majesty. Oh no, Megan, ha! You've done well. First you let me through the barrier, now you bring me mystery seeds. Such a nice boy. Taking advantage of people's kindness is too easy. This makes one less thing that can obstruct my ambitions. But my, these mystery seeds are unpleasant. Their sight and smell. Anyhow. Queen Ambi, now with my powers, the flow of time is yours to command. For you, I shall create a day that never ends, so the people will never sleep and work on the tower can continue. And when the tower reaches, the heavens, oh my, you shall go down in history as the greatest queen to ever live. Oh, I shall be known as a great queen, Nehru, Oracle of Ages. Give me an endless day so the people can work without stopping to rest. Young and old alike will work toward my ends. Oh my god. He doesn't like that. Wow. Hehehe. We are closer to the age of shadow, but it's still premature. The true shadow will fall when the black tower reaches the heavens and I climb to its highest turret. Then it will come. Hehehe. Ha 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 ha. Yay! I'm helping. Or something. Nice work, kid. Ambi was most pleased. You may go now. I want to go back. I've got a sword. My sword's actually bigger than whatever staffs or swords that you guys are holding, so I think you should let me back in. Oh, maple encounter. No, there's too many bushes. Oh, a gacha seed. She's surely going for that, right? What are you doing here anyway? Well, I'm taking your stuff too. Oh, man. Ha ha ha, now you're sorry. I have more stuff than before. See ya. Did you take one of my gacha seeds? I don't remember how many I had. That kind of blows. Did you find what Ambi desires? Hey, the homie's gone. What's the matter, Future? I just wanted an extra bomb. Since I bombed the thing. Level 2, Wing Dungeon. Oh, she took a thing you wanted to keep. I don't know if she did or not. I'm not 100% sure. I'm gonna take a very short break. I will be right back, and then we'll do the Chicken Wing Dungeon. Hang tight. Okie dokie. Let's go ahead and tackle dungeon number 2. Good defense is the best offense against spikes, so I'm assuming that I'm gonna run into those beetles or whatever the heck they're called. Hey, Mega. Oh, that didn't work. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well today. Nope, still nothing. I'm trying to get it on red. Whoops. Oh. Need to redo that. Doing okay, but I didn't sleep well, so I'm pretty tired. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you can regain some of your energy throughout the day. I'm also quite tired myself. It stinks. Oh, I think I got it. Yep. Arg. Got the map. What's up, real neat one up? Just tuned in. Should probably get back to playing Link's Awakening. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Link's Awakening is one of my favorites. Currently, I am doing this thing we're calling Triforce Tuesday on the channel. And actually, the bot wants you to know about it as well, where I'm completing all Zelda games 100% on stream. This is currently week 18 in game 8, I believe. You've only beaten Legend of Zelda and Zelda 2. I would definitely recommend the Zelda series just as a whole. There's so many good games. I was about to ask why you aren't going left, and then you went left. Well, I was just talking to you. I didn't want to get myself distracted, but yeah, I was just chatting a little bit too much. Yay, you got the compass. Key. One with no wings is no match for me. Okay. I feel like I was a match for you. It, you know, I didn't have too much trouble there. No, that's not what I want to do. Yo, what's up, Tom? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. With the blue wing, soar over the colored heights. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Easy. The hot Ohio air. I don't know why I did that. Let go of me. Nice. Oh, it even says nice for me. As the source of it, I can confirm. Money. What's up, Roop? What do you mean? Oh, I disagree. Disagree big time. Hope you're doing well today. Good to see you. Thanks for the what do you mean, Mega. Can I get these keys to go away? You know what I want all of a sudden? Just like, out of the absolute blue? I want Chinese food. I don't know why. I don't really ever crave Chinese food. It's super random. But I want it. What's my go-to Chinese? It has to be a place that has tofu. So wonderful October. Fantastic. It has to be a place that has tofu, so I typically will go for General Tso's tofu if they serve it. If I'm lucky enough. Which there is a place nearby that does. Lucky for me. What is crab rangoons? I don't know what that is. What about you guys? What is your go-to Chinese? Deep fried cream cheese? Local place here that has fantastic General Tso's tofu. The one that I have near me is like alright. It's not great. I wish it were better. Feels like they don't have the sauce quite right. Bourbon chicken, but it's hard to find. I have a place near me that I think does bourbon chicken. General Tso's is good sometimes. I love General Tso's if it's done right. And most of the time it is. I usually don't have any problems with it, but occasionally But like I said, the place that's near me is mediocre. It's all right. Hey, what's up, Ash? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. So what is crab rangoons? What is that exactly? No, you. We're talking about Chinese food, Ash. You have a Chinese food favorite order? Rangoon with crab in it. Oh man, here we go. Ash is here. What? Crab rangoons are a fried dumpling filled with cream cheese, usually scallions and imitation crab. What is imitation crab? Cream cheese and fish. Sometimes crab, which I'm assuming crab with a K is imitation crab. And a wonton shell and deep fried. General says, I'm basic. I'm with you. That was mine too, except I do General says tofu, but I love it. It's good. I don't think that's basic. That's just me. Where am I? Is a sauce that's good doesn't have to be chicken. Basically candied food. Maybe that's why I like it so much. Imitation crab is, excuse me, just another kind of fish that tastes very similar. Really? I'm learning. I never knew this. The more you know. Generally minced fish mixed with egg whites, starch, and coloring to make it look like crab. Store brand crab, okay. Interesting. That's wild. Who wants to order me some Chinese for lunch? Cool crab. At least it's real food and not an alternative, like real ingredients with nutrients in them. Yeah, that's what when they said alternative, when they said imitation crab, I was like, huh? What, like, that doesn't sound like something people should eat. Yeah, lab synthesized crab, exactly. Soylent crab. Gross. Just jump, I don't need. Man, this music is not the best, eh? Go away, P-Hat. So what I need to do here is whoosh. Go away, go away, go away. Whoosh. It's a bit anxiety inducing. It's really not Great. It's giving me indigestion. Agita music. You don't like 10-second loops? Yeah, it's something... Some of my favorite music, just like Heatman and Mega Man 2, and the boss music, and... I don't know, there's something about that that just drives me nuts. It's like, there's no substance to it. Boo 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 boo. Oh boy. So, oh, I think I know how this works, okay. So this health, this is what I remembered Aegis being like, and I remember you were like, you thought that Aegis was the more combative, or the Aegis was, yeah, more combative, and Seasons was more puzzle-based, but this is why I think Seasons is supposed to be the more puzzle-based one, because it's like all puzzles from what I can remember. Hardware limitations cause a 10-second loop? Nah, they were already past that. It was just a poor choice. Yeah, this is a Game Boy Color game. Everybody jamming out to this amazing tune. The best. Don't worry, we'll be out of here soon. I won't keep you here that much longer. Great soundtrack for building my gaming nest that just arrived. MFP Jam. This is not what I wanted to look at. This is what I wanted to look at. Well, I missed a room. Shut up, boomerang. Did I even get the... I don't even remember getting the boss key. Oh, I did. Okay. Let's take on the boss. The red face fears smoke. Dodongo dislikes smoke. What? How did I miss a room? I'm sure it's nothing important. I mean, there's not even a chest. So I just missed going into a room, which stinks. But this is 100% playthrough, Meech. Why didn't you go through? That's not right. I have a video chat with a recruiter today. Ooh, good luck, Rupert. Certainly hope that goes well. Ouch, ouch, ouch! This seems unfair! What do you mean? There we go, got him. I think that gives me an opportunity to get hearts. Nope. Gotta hide. I don't know what I'm hiding from, but surely it won't be good. No. I need bombs. No! Wrong button. Hey, I got him. I need bombs for real, like... Hey, give me some bombs, buddy. At least that annoying, I genuinely, can you... Thank you. Ha! No, I disagree. This is the worst one. I don't know how to avoid this one. Should I get my shield out? You can't do anything. I don't... You can't block it. That stinks. I wasted my potion on this. I got it again. I guess if I hide down here, I'm like... in decent position not to get hit. Where are these coming? Oh my lord, that attack is so bad. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Ooh, maybe. Please don't get that one again. This is Dungeon 2, yes. Now I need bombs. Hey, I got him. I think it's one more hit after this one. No. Did he shoot bombs? No. You want to help me out here, or...? Thank you. No! Literally anything but the blue I would be okay with. Whoa. Those didn't even come close to me. Why couldn't that have happened like every time? No, not the blue again, dude! This boss is terrible. You know what? I'm gonna shoot from the other side. Look at all the bombs he's giving me now. Green. Is there still bombs over here? No. I'm confused by this boss. I have to throw the bombs into his head when his face is red. There we go. Okay, we did it. Easy, first try every time. Never doubted it for a second. Totally fair and easy and simple boss. Yay! Got the heart container. Wouldn't call surviving the boss a waste of a potion. That's true, Mega. Good job on the SMB3 of bosses. I mean, technically, I think it's less RNG. It's more just a timing thing. I got the Ancient Wood in Essence of Time. It whispers only the truth to the ears from out of the stillness, excuse me. Hey, what's up, Tech? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well today. Jermaine, hello. Thank you for the good luck. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you guys. At least the stage wasn't purple. Make it more pleasing for me. Megan, I sense an essence of time on the South Seas Crescent Island. Find a way there from the town's coast. Oh no, not the Crescent Island. Good, just saw the boss battle. Oh no, I don't want bombs anymore. Yeah, that boss battle is not necessarily difficult, it's more just annoying than anything. I'm sure most of you have played Ocarina of Time. You remember the vase, the giant Goron vase in Goron City where that you have to throw the bomb into to get a heart piece. It's like that, but worse. Everyone, we reached the hardest part. Bob already knows. Bob's already right there with me. I'm less hungry after eating. What did you have to eat? Can wear headphones again. Sandwich and chips, nice. I think I'm good. We did get the Deku secret, right? I wrote that down. Deku secret, okay. We're good there. Had a lot of meetings and training this morning. It's amazing. What, this section of the game, Bob? It is something, that's for sure. I don't know if I would call it amazing. Love traveling between time. 400 years. Compared to Seasons, I feel like this is a more tedious game if you compare the two. That's not to say this game isn't good. I feel like this one just happened. Hey, good, a potion. I feel like this game just happens to be like slightly more tedious in terms of you know, traveling back and forth and that kind of thing. It's not bad at all. It's not like the end of the world, but comparatively, it's just a little bit more annoying to deal with. Why is it so cold out? I don't know. I don't have the answer for you. Significant other likes blind boxes. I managed to sneak buying some. I store them in my office when she has bad days. Oh, that's super cute. Bring one up. Give it to her when she's having a flare-up with her condition. It was super smooth. Hit it behind her head without her seeing. Nice. Good job. What kind of blind boxes do you get her? Ocarina of Time Game Boy version? Pretty much, Tech, yeah. That's That's a good way of putting it. Except, I feel like you time travel far less in Ocarina of Time than you do in this one. Season seems to be less tedious. Yeah, it's not to say that this game is bad, because I still really, really enjoy this game. It is just a little bit more slow roll, I think. But I do really enjoy all the puzzles and everything, so it's all the same to me. I'm a fan. Do you like stuffed animals? Who doesn't? It's a series of kitty cats that are shapes of different things, mostly food. Donut cat, burger cat, soda cat. Oh, that's cute. That's very cute. My nesting partner won't even brew coffee for me. How long have you guys been together, October, if you don't mind me asking? Not that, you know, should affect anything. I'm just curious. 8 years this year? And you guys, November? He's always been that way. Time is it? 5 to 6 years? Oh, that's nice. Guys, give me 1 moment. I will be right back. I may have to order some lunch for myself. Give me a moment, and then we'll continue right back with some Oracle of Ages. Oh wow, November. Thank you. Thank you for the 50, the 50, the 50, and
you
the 50.
may get doubles, sure, but part of the fun is not knowing which one you are going to get, or getting the one you really wanted, or trading with someone.
And all the 25s in November. November, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, that's 100, that's 2, that's 3. Thank you for the 300 bits. November, I really appreciate it. All going towards the Link's Awakening Switch playthrough. I did order my lunch. I am getting General Tso's tofu. Hopefully. So. Sorry, I missed some chat here. Alright. General Sofu, what's up, Bullflow? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. You think of booster packs as kind of a blind box. General Sofu. How much of our map we have already explored. What did I order? General Tso's tofu for myself, and my dad and brother wanted lo mein since I was ordering. So they got some lo mein. Doing well, just busy with work stuff. Hopefully it goes well, Poolfloat. Hopefully not too bad of a busy. Hello? I am Cheval. I am researching items for use in water. Before I die, I want to finish my work on flippers for swimming and rope that won't decay in water. I hope to aid all the people of the world by inventing such things. I like how he just says flipper, like flippers haven't been invented, and he's like, yeah, I want to invent flippers. Like, what, how would I, what do you mean? What does that mean? To somebody who doesn't know what flippers are, explain. Like a rope that won't decay underwater That's okay. Like, those are all words that you can put together that make sense. I want to invent flippers. What? What is that? Yeah, welcome back, Retro. Good to see you. Yeah, they make blind boxes for pretty much everything. Yeah, feet for fish. I want to invent Borkenflarps. Hello, sir. Hey, Megan. Are you looking for something? Or what, huh? Cheval Robe. I know that name, yeah. I've seen a grave in our time that has that name on it. But I don't have time to chat, I'm busy. See ya. Then why did you come over here? Feet for Fish is the name of my new band. Okay, Professor Scientist. Flippers, sure. His mind's going. I forgot how to learn music. I forgot to learn music, rather. I'll crumb with you, Linky Pie. What's up, for real? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Yeah, that's what Health was saying yesterday. Health told me that it got leaked, which is... I don't understand how this kind of thing... I don't know. I don't know anything about the video game industry. How do they let things like that happen? But Health said that apparently it was like some mom and pop shop that broke street date early, and he said that's pretty much like always the case in terms of what people say, so... I don't know. So wild. Yo, what's up? Not like the soup. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Well, no, do I have rings? I do, right? No, I don't. Someone in the game's media? That seems wild to me. Reviewer had an early copy? That's ridiculous. I feel like that's so, like... I don't know. I think that's so ridiculous. You're Megan, the one who saved Holodrum, right? Fate must have brought us together here. Will you hear my request? I suppose I will. Yeah, why not? Do you remember Mayor Rule back in Holodrum's Horon Village? I want you to tell this secret to Mayor Rule, understand? Yep. November, thank you so much for the 50 bits. Let's jot this secret
All hail
down.
King Tippy.
All hail King Tippy. Ages Mayor, we'll put. It is -H 9% B. So we've come across 3 secrets so far. That's pretty good. All right. You got it, lady. I really don't have a single ring, huh? That's a bummer. still royalty. Excuse me, I used to work at a mom and pop video game shop too. We got Halo 2 in a week early. I took my copy home to my friend's place, and for that 1 week I was royalty. I feel like that's such a dangerous move to make, to leak a ROM of a game, a new game that hasn't even released yet. That's wild. Cart dump but not from the eShop. How? Why does that make look, please excuse my ignorance, but does that make it better? Like what? I don't understand what that means exactly. Is what I'm trying to say. Like I don't get that. Cart dump means someone had to get a physical cart. So yeah, we know for a fact that somebody already had it. Someone downloaded it early. And, like, does that make it better in any way, or... Oh, I was not paying attention. Be lurking, gotta get school stuff done. No worries, man. Thank you for the lurk. Thanks for stopping by. When the Switch first launched, the eShop was wide open to hackers. Really? I was unaware of that. I don't know, like, anything about any of this stuff. I just wait till a game comes out and then I play it. I think the point is that one leak is easier to track than the other. Hello. Megan, I see your quest has brought you to Labrina. Can I ask a favor of you? Yes. There should be a great fairy behind the falls in Holodrum's Sunken Temple of Seasons. I want you to tell her my secret, understand? Yes. The secret is... Alright. Let's jot this one down. So this is... And again, if you happen to have my Triforce Tuesday spreadsheet open, you can see me jotting all these down. Ages, great fairy is exclamation, capital R, capital W, 5, square. Oh, 4 secrets. My wife said she would divorce me if I kept buying games, so I had to lead a life of piracy. I think the point... Oh. Red flag divorcer. Balance it with blind boxes. Understand? Yes. Alright. Like one area that I haven't gone to in these woods. That one. That was it. Judgment has been passed. Alright, I just wanted to make sure I hit all the map squares here. I'm not the biggest fan of this music either in the game. This is... meh. Natto with the raid, thank you so much. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're all doing well today. Welcome in, 6cc. November, thank you for the 50. Let me give you a shout out here. Hang on, let me...
So saith the Council of Autumn, sealed with bits. You have until the setting of the autumn moon.
Thank you, Health, for the shout out to Natto. Natto, how you doing? Good to see you, man. Hope you had a good stream. Tooth has been aching since yesterday evening. Hopefully, just hit it without realizing it's not something worse. Ooh, I hope it feels better. So I got the ad. No worries, man. Thought I had pre-rolls turned off. I don't know how the ad BS works. I hope you're doing well, man. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, guys. We just started, today began a new Zelda game for Triforce Tuesdays, so we are game number 8, I believe. This is week 18 of Triforce Tuesday. How was your stream? I've seen you've been up to quite a bit recently, Natto. I don't know if you finished SMRPG. I did see you making some good progress with that, but I am unsure if I did not see the finish, but I don't know if you did finish. What's up, Morgan? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. This is not where I want to be. Mostly running around in circles in A Link Between Worlds. Oh, that's right, you started Link Between Worlds. I forgot about that already. How are you enjoying that? I was just talking about Link Between Worlds yesterday on stream. I was telling, you know, lovers of Link to the Past how much there's probably good reason that they would enjoy Link Between Worlds. So we were having that discussion yesterday. I hope you're enjoying it. I forgot you started that. Oh no. Heh, this guy's shocked. Let's shock him some more. Look at the poor bear. A ghost, help! Wee. Why is the weirdo here? What are you looking at? I'll shock you too. You're not doing a very good job. Saved my buddy. Definitely has Link to the Past vibe. It's a good time, first time play for me. I really enjoyed it. I think that's a really good Zelda game. I hope your playthrough goes well and you end up enjoying it quite a bit. Don't eat me, I taste awful. The ghosts are all gone. Did you chase them away? Thank you, I am Moosh. Maybe I can help you out. Climb onto my back. And tap A to hover. Hold for a ground pound. Water's my weakness. I can't take deep water, so be careful. This is my buddy. I love Moosh. I can float if you tap A. If you move as I float, you can float across pits. Try it. Hey, do Raiden Lurk? Yeah, no worries, man. Gotta get ready for bed, try to get a reasonable sleep tonight. Ooh, prepare for job interview. Good luck, Natto. And no worries, you don't have to apologize. I know we're we're very far apart in our time zones. It's all good, man. I appreciate the raid. It means a lot. Best of luck on your job interview tomorrow. I really hope it goes well. Thanks for thinking of me. I shall entrust my invention only to the one with both might and light feet. Cheval. Yeah, let us know how it goes. Fast flippers! Have a good stream. Thanks so much, man. Really appreciate it. You have a great night. Thank you again for the raid. And good luck tomorrow. Ooh, we got the cheval robe. Sturdy rope. Won't rot when wet. That's hard to say. Won't rot when wet. You found what you were looking for? I'm glad I could help. See you around. Bye, Moosh. Everybody say bye to Moosh. Bye. He's a good boy. Mooshy. Moosh is the only, so far, is the only animal friend I don't have an emote for. He'll be next whenever we eventually unlock that slot. Hello. How are you? I'm the Great Witch Syrup, and this is my potion shop. Bring me what you want. I want this chicken. Can I buy this chicken? Beacon. I don't really need anything from you. Oh, I didn't equip this? Oh, I did. Okay. I think I hit select too fast. That I didn't actually see the E. I guess we can save. Wouldn't hurt to save. Oh, I guess I don't really need anything. I do have a potion, right? I picked one up from Maple. Excuse me. Very sorry. Meet your jam. So you see this locked door here? This door that we can't enter? This is the same thing as it was in Oracle of Seasons, which is the advanced shop. Which... I suppose... well, we don't have to do it right now. We can do it another time. We can go in there and force the analog pocket to read as a Game Boy Advance, and then we can grab the what is the right word? The exclusive ring from that shop there, so. There's an odd pattern near the gate to the Maku tree. What could it be? I don't know. You figure it out. I'm not your slave. Hey, that's it. With that cheval rope, I could finish my raft. Let me have that rope, please. Alright. Thank you. Tell you what, you can be the first to ride my raft when it's done. But you'll need a chart if you want to go out to sea. Going without a chart is an invitation to disaster. I'll have the raft ready by the time you get a chart. I guess. What's up, buddy? Well, if it isn't Megan... I like his music. Dawdling about, as usual. What are you doing, huh? You need an island chart? I've never heard that. I've heard that a weird guy has seed charts to the secret isle. Do what you want. I'm too busy trying to save Nehru to help you. See ya. Nehru! I will 100% forget about this. I forgot to tell you my lucky secret. I forgot to tell my lucky secret to the guy that went to Holodrum. He's so unlucky. I just hope he doesn't meet with a disaster and end up a bag of bones. Can you help me? Secret is that. Bag of bones. So the secret is dash H9 question lowercase g. Nice. Did you memorize it? I sure did, and I certainly just didn't write it down on a spreadsheet that I have. Meet your jam. Ricky. Oh, I'm Ricky. Usually I can clear holes and cliffs with my patented jump, but I'm not in such a good mood right now, you see. I lost my precious gloves! I think I left them by the tree on the beach, but I can't seem to find them. Any Ricky enjoyers? Ricky. Ricky's a good boy. I found him, Ricky. Hey, my gloves! You found them. Thanks. Now I'll help you find what you're looking for. Hop into my pocket. Yay! Hey, Slay. Thank you for the good luck. You're doing well. Oh gosh, I have the power to unleash a tornado. I can also jump small holes or cliffs. Oops, didn't mean to jump out. A cliff like that is one leap. I'll jump if you move up to it. Try it. Good job, Ricky. If you move toward a hole, I'll just jump right over. I can clear one hole easy. Give it a try. Hello, sir. I have a question for you. What's this? Green clothes? Sir, are you smitten with forest fairies? My name is Tingle, the one and only. I'm a true fairy. The villagers say that at 35, I should open my eyes. But I say Tingle is the very reincarnation of a fairy. How'd you like Tingle the fairy for a friend? Okay, buddy. And from today, you and Tingle are friends. Yes, yes. As a sign of our friendship, Tingle will give you his chart that shows the way to the secret island. Ooh, it's an island chart. You can now navigate the seas. Come back here anytime you wish to see Tingle. If you get more mystical seeds, something good may happen. Ooh. Is Link a kangaroo? Link is next to a kangaroo. He's next to Ricky. My understanding is that kangaroo pouches are kind of gross. That's what I've heard too, Morgan. Tingle, tingle, Kulu-limpa. These are the magic words that Tingle created myself. I don't know why we switch what person we're talking in. Don't steal them. Yeah, I was inside the kangaroo pouch, Slay. I guess you found what you were after. This is just between you and me, but I can't stand this guy, so I'll see you later. I mean, you're not very coy about it. You're talking right in front of him. It's just between us. I can't stand. I can't stand Meech. That's Michi, but keep it just between us. Oh man. Yeah, nobody has that emote but me right now, Sly. We have two of the animal companions from the Oracle games. There's Dimitri and there's Ricky. We need Moosh. You're freezing? Meet your jam. I have to unplug all my gear and move it to a new desk, but I don't want to. I wish you luck with that venture. Doesn't sound the most fun. I think a lot of people are probably realizing where my emotes came from. Emotes and sounds playing these couple games. It's 42 degrees. It's not that bad. I was in a sort of joke band in high school. We played this main Zelda theme. It's such a good song. That's cool. I wish it were 42 degrees, I'd be in shorts. Well, 42 degrees, yeah, Fahrenheit. I know you would still be in shorts regardless, Retro, but... if it were Celsius, you might have a problem. I guess it's 40 degrees out, see? Maybe wear shorts to running. But not 42! True. Town theme sounds like the one from Final Fantasy. Really? I would have to take a listen. Shorts for 42 degrees Fahrenheit. Retro is that kind of guy. I don't like wearing shorts in 42 degrees Celsius. I don't like wearing shorts. Hey, what took so long? My raft is ready. Come over here. What if I just didn't? Did I get the thing to float? The raft? Shove off from over there. The raft awaits. Climb on top and press the D-pad to move. Okay, here we go. I'm on the raft. You were unclear with your instructions. You said shove off from over there. You should have said outside. Here we go. You ready, Bob? Bob knows what's up. Massive Pain Gaming. Are you familiar, Health, or are you just going by what we're talking about? Here we go. What Health just said. It's such... I'm following along. Strip them all. Oh boy. What have we encountered here? No! All my stuff! Aw, man! Oh, that's a bummer. I still got time till lunch arrives. I thought now would be a really good place to take the break because it's like a perfect natural break in the game. But it looks like I've still got a little while before food's gonna arrive, so... See you in moments. That's illegal. These guys are much cuter in the game than they are in the official artwork, I will say. Love how they all did the Link hold it over their head fanfare thing. Lunch arrived. Continue gaming until your feed has arrived. Oh my gosh. Yikes. Oh, whoa. I love the little like growl purr thing they make as well. Leave me alone. I don't know nothing. I mean, I'm innocent. I don't know whose shovel it is. Couldn't perhaps be mine, could it? Yeah, welcome back, Panty. How's your shoulder feeling? What's for lunch? I ordered, General Tso's tofu. Look! You guys remember Rosa? Aw, Rosa. Hi, do you remember me? I'm Rosa. You, like, forgot we dated? This is my first long trip in, like, forever. And I saw some weirdo with this shovel, and I had seen it before. So I, like, asked if he knew you. Then he, like, got all excited and went leaping off somewhere. What a weirdo. What a weirdo. I love Rosa. Was that, like, your shovel? If you don't hang on to it, it could, like, wash out to sea. You got your shovel back. Thanks, Rosa. Really looking out for me. Love her. Leave him alone. Wife and I were talking names for the baby. We landed on some good ones. Oh, that's good. Much better. I'm glad to hear. You only need enough nutrients to keep your eyesight functioning and your fingers dexterous enough to press buttons. Is one of them Megan? What is this game? This game is good. I very, very vividly remember playing this when this game first came out when I was a kid, and being so confused about this area. I remember this took me forever to get through when this came out. Now I'll get the rest back, yeah. Easy as pie, right? Then I can pretend I named your child with a point redemption. Alright. Can I have this? Hey, you're the one who I'm glad you came. I was thinking maybe I should maybe I should go give this back to you. Here. Got your wooden sword back. That's all I picked up, but maybe other Tokei took stuff too. But maybe not. Maybe you should look around. For a boy, we're thinking Atlas or Apollo. Hey, nice. Greek. I love it. Which are opposite names for our first son's name, Bastion. Okay, very cool. Addie. For a girl, either Elia or Elliot. Very nice. Oh, well, I don't think we can tackle that yet. I have Apollo tattooed on my arm. This is Crescent Island. I've never seen a Tokei like you. You have ears. Are you long-eared Tokei? I do like Atlas, but Apollo is fun to say. Addie. Addie's a good girl. Addie, if anybody is unaware of what we're talking about, Addie is the name of Health's dog, and she's very adorable and kind. It has the cutest big ears. Ow, go away, go away. Buy something, a shield for 50 rupees? No. Yeah, I think they're all really good names. Our guardian is at the center of the island. When the sun climbs high into the sky, the sea comes in, and you can't get to him. There's a spot just like this on the west side of the island. Put vine sprouts by strange walls for good luck. There was a scent tree here long ago. If you planted a seedling now, it would take hundreds of years to grow. Wonder what we can do with that. Hey, look, I have some items. It's gonna be a tough choice. Have to leave each to do community vote. It's the wall someone made. If you want something, we can trade. That's the hoop I found. I'll trade it for 10 cent seeds. You don't have cent seeds? I'll trade you for your shovel. Okay, now I got the power bracelet. That's just what they're called in the game. Got my bombs. Got my bombs back, happy. Bombs. Jeekin. Got a gaseous seed. Let me check on my food quickly. That'll be here soon. Welcome to the Wild Toke, the game room for all fit Toke. Today's prize is this. Hey, Pop. Nice. Good emote. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. If you want this scent seedling, take the Wild Toke challenge. It costs 10 rupees. Want to hear the rules? I know what to do. I'll tell you guys what's supposed to happen. You just get meat and you're supposed to throw it at the tokes that walk by and you can't miss any. That's really it. And it's a little harder than it looks. Ready, go. Oh, I couldn't even pick it up. Oh, that was just in the game. So that one's easy, but it gets harder if you keep playing it. You got a scent seedling, maybe it will produce many seeds. Without audio, hope all is well. Hey, Pop. Hi. Question, where was Link going before Link's Awakening happened? I don't know if it's ever explicitly said, Danny. I guess he was just traveling. Let's see if we can win a little bit of money. That's why it gets hard. It's like, I don't know how you're meant to do that kind of stuff so quickly, but it gets really hard really fast. Don't want to know where the sky meat comes from. Probably better not to question it. No! Can I redeem myself? Wow, I don't know how I stayed in that one. Congratulations, take the prize. So far I've not quite broken even. But we can try again. It's so tough sometimes. What? I got scammed. Ooh, that was a tough one. Alright, we did it. Sometimes this can be, like, seriously tough. Picking girl names was tough. I wanted a name where I could call her Ellie. I love that. Ellie is very, very cute. Okay, now I can win a gaseous seed. So fast. How are you meant to get... Look at this! That's impossible! I wonder if some of these patterns are literally impossible. There we go. They are very cute, Ash. I was saying that they're so much cuter in the in-game art than they are in, like, the official artwork. If you look up the official artwork for them, they're not quite as cute, but... it looks like my food is about to be here, so on that note, we'll take a break here. And, we will return soon with more Oracle of Ages, and you guys can see what happens with the Tokay here. Okay. Let's move Meech back over. You guys able to hear it? I'm not... The audio isn't showing up for me, so I just want to make sure you're able to hear. Most 3-year-olds I've met tend to have that sort of presence and carry themselves as such. I can hear it? Okay. I don't know why the audio doesn't appear for me sometimes, but sometimes it just doesn't. Alright, let's continue getting all our items back from the good old Tokay here. You can hear the things. I'm glad you guys can hear the things. Give me that. Being called 3 Nagers without a good reason. I have never heard that term before October. 3 Nagers. That's good. Oh, did you guys have lunch, by the way? You guys, who ate? My General Tso's tofu was actually really good this time. It wasn't mediocre like I told you it has been. This is our precious tree nursery. They say scent tree was planted here long ago. If I had a seedling, I'd plant it here. Hey, is that a scent seedling? Let's plant it. We did it, huh? What's wrong? Not like it's gonna get big right away. It takes a long time for the seed to become a tree. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. So come back after a long time. Must be watching your stream and up their game. My god, we can't have this mediocre General So's. First give me my hoop back, then you get your shovel. I found that feather. You can have it for 10 mystery seeds. You don't have mystery seeds, and I'll trade it for your shovel. We could have just like passed that middleman there and just kept going. Meet your tofu. Sofu. Yeah. Hashtag sponsored. Oh man. Sofu. Hi Rosa. Hi. Oh yeah, I don't have my flippers. I was like all ready to go. Like I'll just swim across. He's literally holding my flippers. Gimme. Hey, you're the one who I'm glad you came. I was thinking maybe I should maybe I should go give this back to you. Here. That's all I picked up, but maybe other Tokei took stuff too, but maybe not. Maybe you should look around. You know what the toughest part of my job is right now? Trying to give two craps. I 100% understand that, Roof. I don't blame you at all. Knowing that it's not going to be there for you, kind of eliminates that, you know, whole desire to work thing. That's such a shame. Oh, okay, that's just that screen. And this... that, okay. We good. Yeah, I gotta trade twice for once. It's bittersweet in some ways. I loved our local IT team. Close-knit, lots of teamwork, good people. Yeah, that part's going to stink. Losing a good dynamic for sure. The parent company really just poisoned the well. How they went about it, it's very insulting. Yeah, it sounds like it was done in a very poor manner. I mean, I don't know all the details, but... the ones I really didn't like, I made go away. And then they did, oh my. Management have been very sly in how they've told non-IT employees. Many do not actually realize that in 3 months none of us will be here. That's terrible. That's really terrible. Hey, you're the one who I... Okay, yeah, it just says the same. Same thing, it's just got a different thing for me. So I got my seed satchel back. Oh. Now I can at least afford my items. Yes, I will give you 10 mystery seeds for my feather, and I will give you 10 mystery seeds for... Oh, scent seeds. Oh. Right. Need scent seeds. The special meeting they had a few days after we got the news, the very thing they talked about was the quarter one profits. Lovely. Oh boy. That... I don't really know what to say to that. It's just such a scummy kind of thing that's going on, and I mean, I've been there in the past. I've had to deal with that, and I don't know. The way people run businesses always just makes me... Yeah, I love the smell of capitalism in the morning. This makes me so angry. Yeah, can they just show up and spit on my face in person, right? Like, I don't know, they don't treat anything with dignity at all. Not my king. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Lesser of two evils perspective, yeah, for sure. If there's anything of value in these pots. Can I have my harp? Thank you. My shovel. I don't have it. Feature jam. I've come across several jobs that I'm interested in and look really good. Hoping I land one of these 6-digit figure jobs so I can stop being paycheck to paycheck. That would be fantastic, group. I really hope the best for you, for sure. Wish you the best of luck. Hello. There's a winding maze beneath this island. Maybe. Sounds like something I would say. Jeekins. Hello. It said that long ago, Tokay with no tail opened our guardian's mouth. Is that right? I have to cook dinner for all the Tokay, but by those is all subbed up. If I cook, it will taste awful. Give him the stink bag? Yes. What's that? Rip sniff? Ew. Ew. I smell. Ugh, ew. What was that? My nose stings. That was stinky. Smell, it cleared up my nose. Thanks. Stink bag did it. I need it. It's unbearable. I'll trade you something really good for it. I'm glad that's over with. You got tasty meat. It's a chef's specialty. Fantastic. What kind of meat do you think? Tasty. Trading sequence. Hey, I like the trading sequences in Zelda. You're not a fan? I like them. Plant a seed, why not? I will not make a dirty joke. That's good enough, October. Already know where you're going with that. This keyboard's a dude group. I go through that every day on this keyboard I have directly in front of me. I'm constantly apologizing for my typing. It's a mess. Ocarina of Time is okay, but this is a different story. Well, the Tokay sequence, I wouldn't really call it a trading sequence. I would just call it annoying. But the overall trading sequence of this game is just like the Ocarina of Time one or any of the other Link's Awakening, Oracle of Seasons. They're all very similar. But yeah, getting your items back, that's a little tedious and annoying. Hey, you, listen to me. It takes a long time for trees to grow. The same goes for that vine you climbed down. Yeah, I know. I put it there. In the past. If I get a meal and they put a plate of mystery meat and I ask, hey, what is this, beef, chicken, or they say, it's tasty, that's a plate I'm pushing away from me. That's your loss. Look, it's the tree we planted together. How nice. I got the scent seeds. Meet your jam. Is it good? It's hot and ready. Yeah, but is it good? It's hot and ready. Yay, I will finally be able to purchase all my items. There, we did it! Where's Bob? At McBob. We did it. trying to get me in trouble. Ouch. Ouch. Are you thinking about doing more Ocarina tonight, Roop, or back to speedrunning? Yeah, I'm with you, November. Where your mind goes is your own fault. That's right. Oh, hello, Rope. Can I get a heart? Probably be decide about 5 minutes before I start like I usually do. I don't expect anything less. If it weren't for the gutter, my mind would be homeless. That's pretty good. Oh. Neat. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Probably, from what I remember, one of the worst dungeons in the game. In terms of going through everything and... We'll see. Is it a water dungeon? It is not. Meet your jam. We got the dungeon map. I like water, but water dungeons aren't always nice to me. I like a good water dungeon, but they do seem to be some of the most annoying in terms of Zelda to most people. I feel like a lot of people agree on that. We were talking a little bit about that yesterday, I think. (7-4). I love 7-4. I like the water dungeons in most Zelda games. I'm not averse to a good water level. I genuinely, the whole 7-4 joke is not like 100% a joke. Like, yeah, obviously it's kind of a meme with me, but 7-4 is genuinely my favorite level. I think it's just super cool. Especially in the SNES version. The All-Stars version. There's a loud sound far off, like something being knocked loose. 4 crystals tie it all together. Those crystals really tied the room together. Have I played the Atlantis Beta SMB3 level? No. I don't even know if I'm aware of that, Rube. Could you explain the 7-4 meme to those who don't know? It's a I would, but you know, I want you to have the opportunity. So 7-4 in speedrunning, it's in Warpless, you don't even play it because you can skip right over it, and it's quite a lengthy level. It's just an underwater level in which there's a lot of enemies, and it's an auto scroller, so you can't really go on your own, you know, your own terms. So people tend to not like it, and I definitely understand that in terms of speedrunning. But for me, I just like the aesthetics of the level. I love the underwater music in SMB3, and the level itself looks very nice. I've always just enjoyed it, but it's pretty much universally hated amongst SMB3 speedrunners, and of course it's like my favorite level in the game. It's in the randomizer. It's a wild auto-scrolling water level with yellow Cheep Cheeps. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. Might have to show me that one, Rube. Here we go. The ones, the platforms, the rotating platforms in Oracle of Seasons are not as bad. I remember this one being pretty annoying. Think of a cross between 3574 and Ice from World 6. That sounds amazing to me. That like genuinely, no joke, sounds amazing to me. Those are like some of my favorite things about the game. That's so cool. Yeah, I gotta check that out. That sounds really interesting. Refill my bombs. That'd be cool. Seeds. Any bombs? How goes the oracling? It's going pretty well, Vincent. We're making some steady progress here. Hope your day is going well so far. No! Get back here. P-hats are so annoying. I have the map, right? I think I need to go... That's just gonna take me back. Been relatively busy, but it's flying by. Well, that's good. Well, I guess that's a good busy, right? When you're busy enough, occupied enough that things are just going by pretty quickly, that's typically a good thing in my experience. Unless you're doing things that you wouldn't want to be doing. Look down, it was after lunch already. Where did the day go? Yeah, usually those are pretty decent days. Unless the busyness is something terrible, in which case that stinks, but... Just routine stuff, nothing too ridiculous. That's good. That sounds good. Switch. Excuse me. Oh, there's the switch. I'm a dummy. To beat the Armos? There we go. If I could have a full day of just adding network pressures, I'd be in it. Easiest money of my life. Hey, we got the compass. Nice. That would be the dream, right? Oh, I don't think I ever went back. Shoot, I'm a dummy. I never went back to that one room I missed in the last dungeon. Luckily, there was like nothing in there, but still annoying. Go away. Pancakes. Stone soldiers do not fear swords. Well, yeah, I found that out. I mean, I knew that, but also I've already encountered one. Do boo boo boo. What? That was lucky. What? That was unlucky. Oh, this one's griefing me, man. There we go. Feel like that's meant to be a proverb or something. People in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, sort of makes sense. But the act is very strange. You know what they say, stone soldiers can't be hurt by swords. So I think you know what you've got to do. Can I refill again? Nice. Can I do that one more time? Is this a... Wait, I don't have a shield. Oh. You kidding me? Legend of Zelda Oracle of Shield problems. I never got it back. I'm an idiot. I forgot. I've spent, I don't know. Yeah, I had it eaten at least twice in seasons. Yeah, at least twice. I think only twice, but I'm not positive. And I just didn't get it for the longest time, so I've spent so much of my time in the Oracle games just without a shield. Stupid. Excuse me. Yes, I can say that Fanty did say thank you. I did see that. Didn't I already take out? Oh, I guess because I technically screen transitioned. As they say. Wait, really? Okay, oh. Alright, at least I know what item I'm getting in this dungeon. There it is! Seed shooter. Yay. Doing pretty good here. Oh no. Why would you tell her? No more pea hats. Go away. No. No. That's the way I am. Oh my gosh. How often are you gonna say that now? More than I should. Hog. Yikes. Sounds like something heavy fell down below. Not with much effort. It's probably not gonna happen. Fair. Fair enough. Oh, there we go. There's that chest. Oh, it's great. It's a gaseous seed. That's what I needed. There's nothing this way. Turn! Link would not turn there. Well, Megan would not turn. There we go. Oh, great! Another one! Oh. Apologies. There's so many P-ads. Sorry, I keep doing that. Do 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 do. Hello. As long as I'm underground, your attacks don't scare me. Yeah, well, guess what, dude? I've got a shovel. How's that feel? Easy. Really helps having the red ring. makes things a lot quicker when you start out the game. Not as sorry as I'm going to be. Oh no! What are you gonna do to me? Doobie doobie. No, this one. I hope people never call me on it. Man, those things are ruthless. I hate pea hats. Ah! Oh, right. Okay. Your attacks don't hurt me underground, is what I say when my significant other asks me to do a chore or favor and I escape to my basement office. Ooh, 20 rupees. We're rich. Go away, pea hat. Are there two of you? I don't even think I need to kill you. I hate these things so much. I didn't mean to walk directly off. Need to be this way. There we go. What a genius. Rich like chocolate cake. Could go for some chocolate cake. I'm not a big cake person, but a good chocolate cake is always pleasing. Who's ready? Yeah. You cannot see who I am, for I am your shadow. You are. Ouch. Butterflies. What? Nice. Wasn't too bad. Alright. I remember the dungeon being a little harder than that, honestly. That wasn't bad at all. I feel like I got through with relative ease. You got the echoing howl, an essence of time. It echoes far across the plains to speak to insolent hearts. Cookies, ice cream cake, or pie? What is your order of preference from best to least best? Cookies, ice cream cake. Oh, cookies, ice cream cake, or pie. Ambi's tower will soon be complete. Once Ambi's tower is done, history shall remember me as the greatest of queens. Thanks for the GG help. Just a moment, November. Get through these cutscenes here. Egan, you have the echoing howl, but things are not going well. The Black Tower is nearing completion in the past. Terrible things will happen if you don't hurry. I hear the essence echoing from the peaks northwest of Lina. Why are there 3 N's? Isn't it... Wait, am I dumb? Isn't it Lina, like L-Y-N-N-A? Why are there 3 N's there? What's up, Pickle? Lina City. Can you go? Bonus N. So cookies, ice cream, cake, or pie? What is my order of preference? Best to worst. I would have to say probably... It's very dependent on the cookie, but I think I would put cookies number... No, you know what? Pie number 1, cookies number 2, cake number 3, ice cream number 4. Yeah, what is that extra B for? That one's a typo. What about you guys? Cookies, ice cream, cake, and pie, how would you rank them? We got an Ambi's tower next to our grocery store, and we love it. We even got the Ambi card for 10% off all purchases. BBBQ. The extra B is for BYOBB. What's that extra B for? Cookies, ice cream, cake, pie. So we are quite different. Is it? Oh gosh, it's raining all of a sudden. I didn't know we were supposed to get rain. Aw, it's Dimitri. This huge fish washed ashore. It looks fresh and tasty. No! Redfish has very exciting flavor. D. Oh. My heart. Poor Dimitri. Leave him alone. We found this red fish. We're dying to savor its exciting flavor. Excuse me. Hey, what are those red seeds you have? Ember seeds. What an exciting name. Will you trade the ember seeds for our fish? Yes, absolutely. It's a deal. I can't wait to taste it. Crack, munch, munch. Ah! Hot! Poor Dimitri. Brownies are better than all desserts? Hell yes. I love a great brownie. Megan, it's you. You saved me. You're a good friend. Are you going somewhere? I can give you a ride. I jump when you press A, and I swim like a fish, even up waterfalls. Carry me using the power bracelet. Look, we got Dimitri. Look, meet your companion. There we go. Ice cream, cookies, cake, brownies, pie. Wow, pie's that low on your list. And brownies. They're also different, hard to rank. Gotta say cookies for number 1 because they're the most versatile, pie is second for the same reason, then ice cream, then cake. We're pretty similar, October. Yeah, but brownies are incredible. Good cookies is better than cake, is better than ice cream, is better than pie, is better than bad cookies. Yeah, I like how Pickle, has the good cookies and then the bad cookies, because that's so true. Cookies can differ so wildly. I'm not big on ice cream, and I'm not huge on cake either. People seem to not really like pie. I like pie. I'm a big fan of pie. You could really hurt someone you care about with a bad cookie. I want brownies now. Nom. Nom. I like his cheeks when he eats. Hard cookies will chip a dang tooth. Nice. Yes, I would like to plant a gaseous seed in this incredibly remote location that I will never remember. No one talks about the way I hurt people with bad cookies during a work meeting. Is that what you mean? Did I misinterpret what you meant there? We're here. You go alone now. Bye. I love Dimitri. And I don't mean me. I don't feel that way about myself, but I love the Dodongo named Dimitri. He's adorable. And I'm so happy we have the same name. Do you tree? I need a pen? Need to write what down? What did I miss? What's this? Look at the mystical seeds you've gathered. Tingle the fairy can make it so your satchel can carry more seeds. Shall I? Yes, please. Very well. Then Tingle shall work his magic. Close your eyes. Tingle, tingle, kalulimpa. Yo, Wookie, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Your seed satchel can now carry more seeds. I'm hanging in there, man. How about yourself? Oh, you asked how Zelda's going. You didn't ask how I am. Zelda's going. Zelda's going pretty good. How's it going, man? How was Contra yesterday? No, it's fine. I misread what you said and then I felt like an idiot. Where am I? Where do I want to go? I don't think I need anything over here. Another hard-fought PB? GG's, man. What's the time now? Congrats. That's awesome. Ooh, 1126, sub 1130. That's great. We're talking about Contra November. Which I've never played. Do come in, welcome to Fast Food Jewelers. What can I do? I don't have a single ring? Bruh. I'm a dum-dum. Megan, great timing. This bird just told me that Zelda is on her way to Lina Village. Yeah, see, there's only 2 ends. So I came to meet her, but... Oh, what a mess. A red monster had appeared right before my eyes and carried Zelda off. It flew toward the tower. What am I to do? Megan, Zelda is a symbol of hope for all the world. If anything happens to her, all hope will be lost. You must save Zelda. Please, Megan. You must find a way to save Zelda. You know, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Hello, sir. God, do I have to give him the voice I gave him in Majora's Mask? You know, people love and care about you. About who? Zelda? I'm so hungry, my stomach hurts. I'm hungry. Pardon me, I just thought you could help. I'm hungry. Give him the tasty meat? Yes. Pie meat? What's this? Hand it over. Food at last. Why are you staring at me? Oh, you want something? How greedy, how mean. You won't leave until you get something? Fine, you can have this. Meat. I got a doggy mask. Oh yeah, it's like Herbert from Family Guy. Somebody told me to do it and I... The Happy Mask salesman from Majora's Mask had the Herbert voice for absolutely no reason. A dog lover will love it. Oh, he's indulging in unhealthy behavior. You'd like to come over for some popsicles? I got a whole freezer full of popsicles. Stupid. Yeah, get your Bailey ass back here. I haven't watched Family Guy in forever. I don't watch Family Guy. There you are. Hey, look, I got something for you. I'm Mao Mao Yan, top breeder in town. Well, that doggy mask. It fits my dog perfectly. Let me have that doggy mask. Give her the doggy mask? Yes. Good boy. You deserve the toy that my dog played with. I do? I got a dumbbell? Why is your dog playing with a dumbbell? I'm gonna break his jaw. But there's only one. What's wrong, boy? I only had one to begin with. Alright. I now dislike that show, but some old references still hold up. Yeah, I agree. I agree. An episode has to be 10 plus years old easily. November, yeah. Used to watch a few eps as I fell asleep, but that was years ago. Just the right amount of brain dead. Yeah, for sure. When I drop something and it rolls away from me. Doggo gonna get swole. Excuse me. Excuse me. Very sorry. One sec. Hang on one sec. Adding Swole Doggo to my list of good band names. Oh no. A turtle works faster than you. You're too late, Negan. You did me a favor in Holodrum. I've taken the princess you're looking for. If you think you can save her, try, Garharharhar. If you can dodge my attacks and make it up here, you can have your precious princess back. But it'll never happen, Garharhar. Hey, what does this look like to you guys? Boom, 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 boom. This is great. No! Oh, I'm a dummy. Super Mario Boys. Looks like another game Billy Mitchell cheated at. You know, Billy Mitchell happens to have the world record in this particular part of this particular game. Ah, don't think this is over. Garharharhar, goodbye. Isn't that cute? Thank you for rescuing me. My name is Zelda. You are Megan, right? I knew it at first glance. Take this as a thanks for rescuing me. Hog, we get a ring. We're getting engaged. Shall we go outside? Isn't that really cute? Zelda, you're safe. I was so worried. Why did you come alone to such a dangerous place? I'm sorry I made you worry, but I saw it. A world filled with sorrow and despair. Withering away. Megan, the Triforce on your left hand is the mark of a hero. We cannot let Viren do as she pleases. Only you can thwart Twinrova and save the world. Please, Megan, chase the darkness away with your mighty hand and protect this land. Please, please. Megan has taken it, so there's nothing to fear, right, Zelda? For now, we must hide in Nehru's house and await word from Megan. Megan, you are headed to the mountains in the the northwest. I heard there's a trial west of here. Be careful. Megan, I always hope for your safe return. I'm Link. We've met like several times. We even reincarnate to meet each other over and over. I literally rescued you last year from Ganon. Let's get our ring appraised, because I think this is finally. First of all, I haven't had like any rings in this playthrough, and second, I think this is actually a new ring because that you can only get what we just did, that whole Zelda sequence. That only works in the linked version of this playthrough, so you wouldn't get that if you were doing a first playthrough of Ages without linking it from Oracle of Seasons. So this should be a new ring. I call this the Blue Joy Ring. Beast drop double hearts, that's what this ring is. Arg. Blue Joy Ring. Let's mark it off on our Triforce Tuesday spreadsheet. Somewhere. Blue Joy Ring, there it is. Nice. Well done. Are you the authority on what is and isn't funny? No, I didn't mean to jump. Nice. Oh, a maple encounter on this screen? Look at all the stuff I gotta cut down. Oh wow, there's a ring and a potion and a gaseous seed. There's no way. Alright, you take the gaseous seed. I can get those. I ain't worried about that. You little... I'll remember this. Ouch. Those lazy, worthless fools, just as we're building this bridge to the Symmetry City Ruins, they go off on a break. I wait and I wait, but they don't come back. We'll never get the bridge done at this rate. I'd go find them, but the terrain around here is too rough. Man can't navigate it on his own. Pah! What a fix. I see you. Mister, I found you. Listen, it's a mess. A red lizard-looking animal got lost in our forest and can't get out. We were playing a little trick, but now we'll never get out. Can you help us find it? Do you get our problem? Hurry, I'll wait at the forest entrance south of here. Ow, ow. Leave me alone! I don't like it. Can I recover any hearts here? Thank you. Yo, what's up, Max? Game Boy games are based? I agree. I'm with you. Lives from based. Wait, mister, this way. Oh well. Like the new game plus / trading aspects of these games. It's like a little. It's a little like Pokemon, yeah. I remember that being a big draw to me actually when I was a kid. The fact that you could link the games up. I always thought that was super cool. It's deep in the woods. We don't even know where it is. We didn't mean to be such trouble, really. There he is. Cutie Pie D. Every place looks the same. How can Dimitri get out? Egan! You have good timing. How did you get here? Mister, you found it. Okay. We'll take you to the edge of the forest. Yeah! You won't get lost here. Sorry, we didn't mean it. But seeking is more fun than hiding. Really? I want to do it again. Next time will be harder. Come play with us again, okay? Goodbye. Out! I'm out! Thank you! Megan, what a good friend. You helped me, Megan, so I helped Megan. I learned in Holodrum, me and Megan are unstoppable. Take this flute. Play that flute, and I will come if I hear the flute. You got Dimitri's flute. Dimitri will now come to your aid when you play it. Go north, get on my back. Oh, he's so cute. I've talked about this, I don't remember if I mentioned this specifically on my Seasons playthrough, but it was so... I had a unique name growing up, Dimitri, and like all my friends had very standard American names, Mike and Matt and Chris, you know. I was very used to having a pretty unique name that I didn't really like, and I remember Dimitri being in a Zelda game, of all things, spelled the same way that I spell mine. I was very excited about that as a kid. Nom nom. Those lazy, worthless fools. Yeah, I will find them, yes. Get all 3 of those slackers back here, and we can get to work on this bridge, but the terrain around here is too rough. Okay, I can't manage it on my own. I believe you. Opposite spectrum. Here I'm Sarah who met 1,000 Sarahs. What kid doesn't dream of being a dinosaur when they grow up? I'm still, like, in love with dinosaurs. In fact, this kind of looks like Dimitri a little bit. There's a little... Wait, let's turn it that way. There. It's Dimitri. I gotta have dinosaurs all over my desk, like... I still love dinosaurs so much. There's a dinosaur light next to me. I thought all children grow up to be animals. I'm still sad that's not true. Yeah, I love dinosaurs so much. So yeah, a dinosaur named Dimitri in a Zelda game, it's like, wow. It's like it was made for me. I went by my middle name for the first 10 years of my life. I even swim up waterfalls. Try it. Hello, sir. Would you like to come with Dimitri and I? Huh? The boss? But I wanted to hang out a while longer. But I can head back. Yeet! Nom. That's just a fairy fountain. Ouch. No. No, leave us alone. Nom. Nom. Gotta go the other way. What a good swimmer. Huh? The boss? I wanted to hang out a while longer, but I can head back. Just yeets himself over there just like the other one. Cyberpunk future is closer than you think. Yeah, if you ever visit Florida, there's a store out on Cocoa Beach called the Dinosaur Store. You can purchase legit fossils at various prices. I had no idea that existed. Really? That is amazing. That is super, super cool. UFO McDonald's in Roswell? Let's see how this guy eats. Yeah, just, you know, the terrain is too tough, but that guy, of course, can just... Aha, they're finally here. They were just late. Well, get to work. No more breaks until the bridge is done. Yes, boss. Piece of mammoth tusk fossil I got in there. I'll share in the Discord. I'd love to see that. There's a place like that near Branson, Missouri. Really? You think she's Branson good? We're done, boss. What? You're already done? I guess you fools can work, but no time for breaks now. On to the next job. Yes, boss. No, it's not a raid. Nobody panic. I need to go back. Ah. Missouri is a good place for fossils. Ooh, another ring. You collect gemstones? Very nice. Got a nice display case for it. That's cool. Ouch. Ouch. Dinosaur store here has little geodes you can buy and crack open yourself. Oh, that's really cool. That sounds amazing. Symmetry City. How do I access that? I already accessed this with Dimitri. Come with me! Symmetry City is an interesting concept. Yeah, this is ages. We go on vacation. Check for local rock shops. Oh, is my significant other's hobby, but she like didn't tell me for like the first 3 years. Oh, because her sister teased her. It always stinks when you really enjoy something and somebody kind of takes the piss out of you for it, and you're afraid to enjoy yourself because of what other people say. Ow! I'm getting wrecked. Get over here. Man. Reciprocates by spoiling me, helping me with stuff I struggle with. That's what a relationship's all about, man. Let's see the Great Fairy real quick. Hang on one sec, do I have a... Yes, please. Any gifters? I want to see him open a pack. I take Dimitri with me. Let's go! Oh, I can't. November, thank you for the gifted sub to Max. Really appreciate it. Max, welcome to the Dimitri. That goes towards getting those ship parts in Phantom Hourglass, and we will do pack openings, don't worry. Oh, sorry, Dimitri. I almost called him Meech. I did? I got the Gale Sea? Wait, when did that happen? I guess can take you anywhere you want to go. I like how it said I got that when I was clearly nowhere near it. Interesting. Nope. Not what I wanted to do at all. Yay, hitboxes. Can I use the Gale Seeds in my Seed Shooter? Yeah, you can. I believe you can make other things blow away, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't remember for certain if that's the case, using the Gale Seeds. Nice glasses redeemed, thanks man. A maple encounter here? Oh, that's garbage. Oh, that's such garbage. At least there wasn't like anything of like super value here. You know what, you can have that rupee, Maple, that's fine. It's a horrible spot for an encounter. 1 billion points? No, no, it's not a billion, don't exaggerate. It's only 999,999,999 points, okay? I'll have it soon. Alright, everybody, meet your jam! That's what I'm collecting mine for. There you go, there's the meet your jam. Hello, ladies. I am your king now. Help, help! The tuning nut is broken. What? Will you listen to my problem? The closer the black tower gets to completion, the stranger this city gets. When the tuning nut broke, the city fell out of balance, and the volcano started erupting. The tuning nut is the city's symbol. We dutifully worship this nut. The rules of Symmetry City require that left and right be in perfect balance. But the tuning nut at the center of the city is broken. Symmetry City is all out of balance. If we don't get the tuning nut fixed and put it back, Symmetry City will be destroyed by the eruptions. Yes, I understand. I've given the broken tuning nut to my husband, but he can't climb Restoration Wall. What about you? A guru named Patch lives at the top of the Restoration Wall. I think he can fix the broken tuning nut, but I could never climb that wall. Hello? How are you? What if I made it unsymmetrical? Ha ha ha! Sway right, sway left, move left, sway right, move right, sway left. I'm so skinny. I wish I could change. I know, I'll work out, except I have only one dumbbell. Sway left, sway right. Working one arm at a time, it goes against my policy. If I can't do left and right at the same time, sway left, sway right. Sway left, sway right. He seems to be fixated on your dumbbell. Give him the dumbbell? Yeah, you can have it, dude. That's it. What I wanted. Now I can lift, lift, lift. I'll get all the girls now, eh? Sway left, sway right. So skinny. Can't offer you much, I know. Rip. Gotta work out. You got a cheesy mustache. It's weird. Get the girls, get the girls. It's gonna be a pretty big yikes from me. Help. Hello? Huh? The cave entrance? It was covered by lava from the volcano long ago. Maybe if the volcano calms down, you may be able to get in. Hello, sir. Ow, I was injured by a rock that shot out in the eruption. If you want the tuning nut, go see my brother across town. Hello, other sir. The closer the Black Tower gets to completion, the stranger the city gets. When the tuning nut broke, the city fell out of balance. Yeah, I heard this already. I want to take the tuning nut to Patch's place, but I can't leave the city alone. This is Symmetry City. Left and right have to be in perfect balance. My brother is too hurt to move, so I can't move either. If one brother goes somewhere, the balance between left and right will be lost, but someone has to go. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Hey, you can ignore the rules and leave the city. Can you take the tuning nut to Patch? Sure. Really? Thank you. I'll leave this to you. Patch lives at the top of the Restoration Wall, to the south. After you get that tuning nut fixed, take it to the house in the middle of the city and place it on the pedestal. Yikes, dude. Thanks for the clip, November. I got a... it looks like more like a bell pepper, eh? Looks like I got a bell pepper there. Cut in half. Hello, child. Sometimes I hear music flowing down from the mountaintop, but I wonder why. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Hello? Mozart? Is that you? I'm Taki. Taki? Toki? I research time. After many years, I guess Taki. After many years of research, I'm one step away from perfecting a tune that lets one move forward in time, but it seems I've hit a roadblock. Echoes produce waves. What could it mean? I don't know. Why don't we meet your jam? That's the tune of Echoes. That's the tone my research lacked. It has answered my remaining questions. This is literally like some Back to the Future stuff. Now I can finish my tune. You have many tunes. I grant you a new tune. Time flows on you when you play the Tune of Currents. When you play this tune, you'll immediately drift back to your own time. If you are in a place from which you cannot reach your own time, you'll return to the past. I love it. That tune is so good. You learn the Tune of Currents, or the Currents tune. Play it to move from the past to the present. Choose it when you use the harp. Alright, thanks, Sky. Have a good one. Nice meeting you. Ouch. Ouch. Ouch! Annoying. Thank you. Let's try out our new song. Pog. Oh, not a maple encounter? Okay. Nothing valuable. NBD. Time slow can change the land. Yeah, I know. It's wild. Need your jam? Yikes. Ambush. Not throw anything into the water. Seems like a challenge. Did you drop a golden bomb or a silver bomb? I dropped a regular bomb. You are an honest person. I'll increase the number of bombs you can carry to reward you. Yeah. Thank you. Gonna wrap things up. Peace out, and thanks for the good luck. Be safe. I filled your bomb bag. Farewell. I've got more bombs. But yeah, lots of jamming all of a sudden. So many Tektites here, oh my. Another maple encounter, and there's such strange screens. I can't reach like the majority of this. Great. Restoration wall. We made it. Ouch. I haven't had any visitors in some time. I'm Patch, the restoration guru. Did you need me? Yeah. I see. You want me to repair that tuning nut. My restoration ceremony might fix it. Want to try? Yes. You are willing to try. Very well. Follow me. Heh. Welcome to Patch's Crazy Cart. Will you partake in my ceremony? Yes. Very well. Do you want to hear the rules? Yes. Now let me explain. I'll place your tuning nut on that green tile, and recite the words of my restoration ceremony. You must knock all the beasts that disappear into a hole. Any hole will do. Sounds easy, right? However, restoration is delicate work. Your precious tuning nut sits on these tracks. The cart starts moving when the ceremony begins. As long as you stand on the switch, the cart won't hit your tuning nut. But if you don't, and it gets hit, bang! So, will you take part in this fun, delicate ceremony? Yes. Let the ceremony begin. Alright. This can be a very annoying task. Especially when you fall. There we go. Did I hear what happened to Dylan Brooks? No, I did not. Haha, my ceremony succeeded. You are talented. You got through this ceremony. Here's your tuning nut. As good as new. As usual, I am perfect. Here you go. Great. Bring me anything else that needs fixing, and I'll prepare my ceremony. A weirdo. I did it. Are you proud of me? Now the volcano should calm down. I have to get that cave cleaned. How much the town has changed. Welcome to Symmetry City. Perfect balance is the law of the land. So her clock, if it's really Symmetry City, should their clocks be different? Her clock is at, looks like 9 o'clock, perhaps. And her clock's also at 9 o'clock, so... not that symmetrical, huh? Perfect balance is the law of the land. Well, what happened with Dylan Brooks? Or what happened to Dylan Brooks, Annie? What a mess. Do I have to be smaller? What a mess. Do I have to be bigger? Skull Dungeon, level 4. I'm going to take a very short break, and when I come back, we can tackle Skull Dungeon. Yo, Grim. What's up, man? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Level 4 Skull Dungeon, let's do it. How you been, Grim? Ooh, we got the compass. I need blue. Is Kremet from Sesamia Street? Or yeah, I'm unaware. It's a novel puzzle for the Zelda series. Loosely based on that super old Sensamilla Street? I don't know that at all. Oh, come on. Very old internet lore, really dumb and cringe. You're not missing out. Old WAV file that got passed around. Yeah, I don't remember that at all. Got the dungeon map, so I got both already. Nice. Oh, damn, what am I doing? Nice, first try, let's go. Oh, did I screw? I gotta run around. Ah! Go away. There you go. That's what we were talking about. Can get rid of enemies really easily that way. Or some of them. Blue. Oh. There we go. Hey, Sean. How's it going, man? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Alrighty then. I need a blue block here. Oh, that should be good. Easy game. How's the Ages of Oracle going? It's going pretty well, showing. Making pretty good progress. I'm currently in the 4th dungeon here. Happy Tuesday to you as well. Hope everything's going okay. Happy to make it time to watch you for a little bit. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Happy to have you here. Oh, let's see. Nice. Give me that. Give it. Give me that heart. Wow, nice. Bye, art. There we go. Figured it out. Oh, nice jump. It's gonna be one of these. It's gonna be super annoying. I hate these types of rooms. There's no give with these, it's just like, oh, you're dead. This is nuts! Just let me on the platform. It is insanely unforgiving. Like, if there's even a pixel of lava present, you're dead. There we go. Ah! Alright. Yikes. Go away. Gimme. Lava. Ah, I'm so sorry for the bonk there. Oh, right, okay. My mighty sword and mighty shield shall crush you. Oh no. There we go. Oh, he's faster. What? I disagree. I'm not fast enough to keep up. He just goes the other way. Oh, that should have hit. Oh, come on. There we go. No! My mighty sword is broken. You'll pay for this. Not too bad. We did alright. Oh, right. Okay. Nice, first try. Let's go. You got the switch hook. Shoot at an object to switch places with it. So this item is pretty fun, and it's very unique to the Zelda series. Isn't that pretty cool? the implications of such a device. I always thought the switch hook was a pretty nifty item. Well, I screwed that up, eh? Alright, let's try that again. Good luck, thanks for the good luck. Gonna start up soon, good luck to you. What I want to do is... Oh, this is fine. Just one extra step. That's what we want to do. Oh, okay. Oh, this is this. Nice. Oh boy. Actually, probably the easiest way to tackle this would be to kill them first and then do it again. Yo, Riggs! Good to see you, man. How you been? Hope you're doing well. I'm hanging in there, buddy. Thank you for asking. Playing some Zelda. How do I... Good here. I'm glad to hear that, man. These puzzles are so big. Please I don't know if I screwed it up. Oh, I got it! Let's go. Go away. Oh. Bad keys. Actually, no, does not work. Can I switch places with this thing? No, I just bump it. We will delete it from life then. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's see. No, that's not what I wanted to do at all. How do I get back across? Can I just do that? Is that cheating? Oh, it is cheating because I can't actually access that now. That's what I want to do, huh? There we go. Go away, please. Thank you. Give me that fairy. Not too bad. Pretty quick death. Alright, we got the Burning Flame. An essence of time. It reignites wavering hearts with a hero's burning passion. Thank you for the GG rigs. Appreciate it. I'm remembering more and more. The ridge north of Nehru's house must be related to the essence. Alright. I think that's going to do it for me for today. I think next week I'll show you guys the secrets. I think we'll go into Oracle of Seasons. We'll tell the secrets that we know and gather those secrets for interesting prizes. So I think that's a good place to call it for today. We can pick it back up next week. Hope you guys enjoyed. And we'll power through some more Oracle of Ages a week from now for Triforce Tuesday week 19. Thank you all so much for watching and supporting. It really means the world to me. Thank you so much. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, or night. Whatever time it is, wherever you may be. I will be back in a couple days with speedrunning. No stream tomorrow. And we'll be back next week with more Oracle of Ages. Everybody take care and have a good one. Bye!